Hello, everybody. Welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again, and wow, do we have news today. The Supreme Pontiff, Pope Francis, has died. The bell has been rung. His final act, snubbing JD Vance and advocating for Palestine. Mike, you have to see this shit. Guys, really? I have to see this. I have to see this. Ethan Klein puts out yet another defamatory video whining and complaining about CPS being called to his home without providing any information. You know, at this point, like, listen, when you're drawing attention to something over, like, when most creators get swatted, they actually don't even talk about it because it oftentimes encourages people to do it more, right? You know, if you show that you were bothered, if you show that you were scared, if you show that you were affected by the swatting, then you also confirm, you know, your address, you're confirming your location, you are giving like kind of weirdo stalker freaks a lot more ammunition. And like, so I'm starting to turn, like, obviously, I don't want people to use law enforcement maliciously because of an online or other disagreement. That's insane. I mean, the police in America are dangerous. Anytime they're called on you, you never know when they're going to suddenly decide they're scared and start shooting. Okay? So everybody in America understands that you only call law enforcement as a matter of extreme last resort, right? And like, everybody who's not dumb as fuck understands that, because you never know how it's going to spin. Even if you're a white guy or a white Karen, you don't know if the cop is going to come and have an attitude and before you know it, spin off the rails and you're shot. Okay, so everybody gets that calling the cops sucks. All right, there's very few people that are confused about this. Now, nonetheless, you know, it is what it is. Okay. So Ethan Klein is going the opposite, which is like, CPS was called on me, CPS was called on me, CPS was called on me. And it's like, okay, can we get some information? Like, if we're going to talk about it, like, I think most people kind of, you know, we saw that, we heard about it, we were like, ooh, what happened? Then he started claiming that it was Denims that did it. And it was like, immediately I started to formulate a different opinion. I started going, was it actually a legitimate CPS call? Like, if it was something a malicious fan was doing, he probably would keep it quiet. Now he's claiming he has a human skull. Okay? The exact same one can be found on the Skulls Unlimited site, now mysteriously taken down since the posts have been going viral. The green packaging here aligns with the shop's YouTube video from the store showing unboxing, so the person didn't bother to remove the tag. Strange. It also happens at the same time an artist collaborated with he collaborated with who collects skulls shows off the new skull shirt. Do not harass this person. Ethan's skull picture he was sent. I mean, like, again, Ethan Klein just makes shit up, and you know, he just pins shit on people that have had nothing to do with it. Ethan Klein, if you get harassed, I have nothing to do with it, man. It's the internet. You're unpopular on the internet. What do you want me to say? You know, don't send him shit. So we're going to talk about that. This is all breaking news, chat, which is why I reacted to it. What point do you stop talking about Ethan? When he goes away and stops harassing me and my friends and trying to pin criminal charges on us, I guess. We have Pope Francis dead. AOC, ladies and gentlemen, like, do I ever get tired of being right? Do I ever get tired of being right? Like, I told you that I had my problems with AOC. I fought with a bunch of people like 2 months ago, and I was like, listen, AOC's made a lot of mistakes. She has some bad instincts, but she's clearly the most likely successor to Bernie Sanders, and she's just so much better than every other Democrat. I don't think that we should get vicious in our attacks of her. And people have called me, this is the thing that's funny, she's better on Palestine than Bernie, but supporting AOC will get you more hate. How does this make sense? How does this make sense? Unless it's a fucking op, because they could see her coming. And Bernie's fucking 80 million years old, and he's not going to run again. So, you know, and by the way, just blaming misogyny and stuff, I think that gives you an easy out. I legitimately, you know, for people who came into the left, it was Bernie Sanders and his movements, and it was AOC's elections that brought most of you in. I know a lot of people like to fucking retroactively change their history and where they were some super communist and AOC's cringe or whatever the fuck. And it's like, no, bitch, I was in the left before AOC was elected. I didn't see you there. So like my reaction to this, I think DSA's best ever recruitment day was the day after AOC was elected. So like, Mike, you need to see the markets. Oh, the markets are also, I mean, like, God damn it. I kind of like stopped caring, but like severe market reaction if Trump tries to fire Powell. Oh God. I talked about this. This was in my title because I recognized it as really important, chat, which is Trump threatens Federal Reserve Bank. God damn it. Like, it's Mike just is right about everything. Like, how do I stop being right? Can I stop being right? Can I stop being right? The dollar is absolutely fucked. AOC is the future of the left in America, whether you like it or not. I mean, this is the reality, okay? Now, it doesn't mean that I'm saying you have to personally love AOC. It's just be normal, you fucking idiots. And by the way, can I just say one thing about social media in general? As a social media star, and that's what I am. Fuck you. Deal with it, bitch. By the way, can I just say one other thing? I'm interrupting myself like 8 times with 8 tangents, but I feel like one of the things that's bothering me lately is that people are fucking stupid online to get attention, and then when you give them the attention they desire, they start acting like you're bullying them. It's like, well, don't come at me with toxicity, and don't come at me yelling with your stupid opinion, and then when I look at you and say that's stupid, go, oh, he's being a mean white man. It's like, bro, you wanted my attention, but Mike, you are mean. I'm not even mean. This is the worst part. I actually should become mean. Like actually mean. It's because most content creators are narcissists. I mean, can I just say this? Most Americans are narcissists. Social media has kind of inculcated everybody with this narcissism of like, I am a special snowflake. It's everybody's narcissistic. It's crazy. Now, personally, I try to keep my narcissistic traits balanced by my autistic traits.
20 years ago, the trolls were fucking goblins, bro. They were like, they knew that they were doing bad things and irritating people. And then when people got irritated, they typed "you mad" and they won. They got perma. They understood that they were the villains. Now the trolls are like, does anybody else think that this person should be locked in a mental hospital? And then when someone's like, you have been permanently banned from the chat, they're like, I was just talking. You are my friend. Like, what, bro, go back to being a gremlin.
The Lion of the North, the internet's Robert DeBruce. Doesn't he have the most crownable head? Can I just say this about Northern Lion? Doesn't he look like he should be wearing some sort of like comically oversized emerald? You know what I mean? Where like the peak, the zenith, the apotheosis of his perfectly smooth, shiny skull should be just peeking over the brim of the crown. Do you get what, you know what I mean? You get what I mean? Like, this is a man, he should be wearing crowns. He was built to wear a crown. And like, I know a lot of people are going to say this is anti-bald bigotry. It's not. I just think it should be adorned. When you have a shape that perfectly round, I feel like NASA contacts him to help calibrate some of their instruments. It should be adorned. It should be bejeweled. I'm just saying, man. He is a king. Commenting on people's appearances is liberal shit. Saying that Northern Lion should wear a crown is liberal shit. How fucking dare you? Oh, thank you for all the subs, by the way, everybody. Good morning. Happy morning. Happy Monday. So, chat, can I tell you a story of misery about myself as we're all waking up? So I wake up, right? And yesterday, and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna hop in the shower. It's gonna be great. You know, I was doing the content creator rotting, where you like you shower on a Thursday, you do your things on Friday, and then Saturday you just sit around your house, and then you get a shower on Sunday because you can do that. And then I was like going to go out. So we're rot maxing here. We're rot maxing here. Okay. I was planning on doing a full like, washing my hair, conditioning it, brushing it out, making sure to get out every single tangle, because when you have very curly hair like me, it wants to go into a knot. It desires the knot. Its natural state is the knot. And so like, I have to like pull each strand apart to make sure they're not like tangling. You know what I mean? And like when I shampoo, I have to like and I like shampoo my hair and I like make sure it's all coming apart, or because it's tangling on itself. So I go to turn on the water, and guess what comes out? Fucking nothing. Apparently there was some sort of like water main issue, water supply issue. Water, fuck you, no water. So here I am, stink maxing, wanting to go out, wanting to socialize, and I'm a stinky boy with no water. This was the worst. This was actually the worst. And I was like, most powerful nation in the world, man. So you know what I did, chat? You know what I did? First, I sat around for 5 hours hoping the water would get fixed. But then I realized, oh, it's Easter Sunday. This is not getting fixed today. This is not getting fixed. So I was like, fuck this shit. You went to Nandre. Did Nandre tell you guys? Did Nandre spill the beans, Mandy? Did Nandre make fun of me? There's no way you could have known this. Somebody was like, that's what wet wipes are for. Bro, I was beyond wet wipes. I was beyond wet wipes. I am not going to wet wipe after like 4 days of not showering and then go into a social situation. Are you insane? Like, are you actually insane? Yeah, I took a shower on Thursday night, and then I did Friday stream, and then I rot maxed on Saturday, and then I woke up on Sunday like, oof, that's rough. I need to take a shower immediately, and then I had no water. So you know what I did? You can't admit to that? I don't give a shit. It's true. Everybody does their anarchist arc once in a while. Okay? Everybody does their anarchist shit once in a while. And so, you know what I did? So I went to Nandre's house and I scrubbed my balls in Nandre's bathtub. So forever and always, I have sanctified Nandre's home. Nandre's home has now been elevated. Nandre's home is now, honestly, it could be a tourist attraction one day. Like Mike from PA took a shower here once. That will be a footnote. That will be a plaque somewhere in Nandre's house. Honestly, I should get him a plaque. Should I not? What do you guys think about a bronze plaque for Nandre? Because in my moment of need, Nandre responded. And then, reborn anew, sanctified. Circling back to the narcissism conversation. Yeah. A bathroom side Mike showered here. Exactly. And let me tell you something about Nandre. Because he spilled the beans about me showering at Nandre's house, I'm going to spill the beans about Nandre. He's got a luxurious bidet. He has a bath towel warmer. He's got like, he has like a, what are these like, huge shower heads, like gigantic shower head, like the size, like this big, like square, bourgeois as fuck. The rainwater shower, exactly. How about a large bronze statue that he can only fit in his front yard? Ooh, now you're talking. So we're feeling good. We're feeling moisturized, chat. We're feeling clean. We're back into it. Never rot maxing again. Highly regret it. Because it's shameful. You would never be like, oh, it's been like 3 days since I took a shower. That's like disgusting. Most of the time, that's fucking disgusting, and you would never admit it. Right? You would just quietly shower. That's why I don't understand Asmongold. Legitimately, here's why I don't understand Asmongold. Do you not feel uncomfortable? Because like on day 3, I was like crawling up the walls, and the only reason why I didn't shower was because the water was literally off. The water system was literally broken. I was pondering giving myself a sponge bath. How the fuck do you go weeks without showering? How? Aren't you physically uncomfortable? Like, what? because he has depression, that's what's going on. I mean, yeah. Thank you, Unicorn. I appreciate you. It's time to worry about AOC. Oh my God. I told you, bitch. Like, guys, is my analysis the best analysis on the internet? Like, be honest, who's better than me? I would like to watch them. I want to know who's got the better analysis, because and everything that I get the most hate for is the things I'm the most right about. I told you Kamala Harris had no fucking chance and she was going to get landslided. And people hated my guts for that. They hated my guts. I had old friends who were like mad at me for saying this, my analysis. And I was like, she's going to lose. That's what the polls show. Like, the early voting shows the Republicans have a massive advantage. Like, guys, there's no world where she's winning right now. Like, you're delusional. It would be like a 5% miracle. And I got so much shit for that. And when I was right, people didn't even want me to fucking, crow about it. It's because they just hate me, right? Because they don't want me getting credit for anything. So it doesn't matter if I'm more correct about shit. They just want to they just want to yell about me for some reason. Weird crop of the AOC picture. Yeah, this is a sexual crop. This is a sexualized crop. So, my God, you're right. This is a sexualized crop. I didn't even think about that. These guys are fucking freaks. They're fucking freaks. Can you imagine, like, is there a similar crop for Trump? I feel like they would also do this for Trump. So anyway, AOC is probably going to be the leader of the left. I don't see anyone else emerging. Like, I feel like Sean Fain kind of tripped over his own 2 feet because he was like, we support Donald Trump's tariffs on cars, which is kind of like liberals who just wanted to yell about tariffs. So you kind of tripped over your own 2 feet, even if like he's substantively right that we need some tariffs and part of an industrial policy to build up this country. He tripped over his own 2 feet. And the thing about AOC is she's been forced to act like a presidential candidate since the moment she was elected. I don't think there's anybody else who could handle the pressure like she can. Like, there are governors and senators who they don't get anywhere near the same attention. So I think on the presidential stage, I think she'll actually thrive quite a bit, whereas other people are going to falter. The only other person I can think of that's on this level with her on as far as media is Pete Buttigieg. Hi, I'm new to politics. Who is AOC? AOC was the youngest ever woman elected to Congress. She represents the left in America. I think she's 34 right now, so she's technically not even AOC age. I think she's 35. Okay, she just turned 35, which is the minimum age you need to be president in America. In the Constitution, you can't be elected unless you're 35 or older. I think over the next 4 years, I could see Pritzker turning into that. Is Tim Walz too liberal? Tim Walz is not it. I think Pete is very, 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 very media savvy, and he's the establishment and donor pick. And so I kind of see 2028 as AOC versus Pete and maybe someone else. But I feel like it's AOC versus Pete. And I could call that now because we're in the world of social media. Cory Booker is the Kamala Harris of 2028. Cory Booker is the Kamala Harris of 2028, which is like, he looks a lot better on paper than he actually is. So I think it's Pete Buttigieg versus AOC, and Cory Booker is the also ran. I don't know who else is going to emerge, but those are basically the people that I kind of think everybody should be thinking about going forward. And just so you understand, chat, this is their AOC launching a presidential campaign. I know that people try to pretend like it isn't this, but this is AOC's presidential campaign beginning. Like, if you don't think this, you're delusional. Now, if it turns out that she decides that she wants to run for Senate or something instead, like if she reads the room and realizes, I'm probably not quite ready, and she runs for senator instead, well, then that will be what happens. But this is her starting a presidential campaign, period. Devins will try to run Slotkin in the primary 100%. That's like Bennett running. Slotkin has no charisma. Can I explain what politics are now in the year of our Lord 2025 so that everyone kind of gets on the same page as me, and then you can either disagree with this thesis or you can agree. We are in the social media era of politics. This is what Donald Trump understood. And the Republican Party threw away traditional media earlier than liberals have. Okay? Liberals, it took until 2024 for liberals to really finally realize that MSNBC sucks, that CNN is useless, that mainstream media lies to you, and they're only just beginning to be anti-mainstream media, and they're leaning more and more on social media and social media takes. Okay? And so in that environment, only the people that can actually ably navigate social media are going to do well. All right. And the kind of traditional, kingmaker strategies are not going to work as well. It's not that they're completely gone and useless, but they're going to be shifting more toward giving money. And I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. The abundance agenda. The abundance agenda is what traditional systems produced, and nobody fucking cares. They went full court press on the abundance agenda, and it just flopped. It completely flopped. They went on the Daily Show. They did their stupid podcasts. They went on the fucking mainstream media. They posted about it being annoying on Twitter, and it fucking flopped. Nobody fucking cares. Instead, they're going to the Fight Oligarchy rally with AOC and Bernie Sanders. All right, like this is the reality of social media. So who's good at social media is the question. And for me, AOC is the person. Now, I think she also has problems, and I think a lot of her problems are that it's the familiarity breeds contempt, right? There's a lot of people on the online left, and they look at AOC and they're like, she's the same age as me, and she's successful talking about politics, and they feel like she's like too similar to them, right? They see her as like almost a pseudo peer. It's very parasocial. Whereas with Bernie Sanders, there's a little bit more of a separation. There's a little bit more of like a understanding that he's like a politician and he's 80 million years old, and they kind of go like, and they kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, and they kind of like go like, he's not always online. He's not in the same spaces as me. He's not the same as me. They're able to have that respectful, normal distance to him. Whereas with AOC, they don't. It's like they see a peer who's overtaking them, and they're trying to crab in a bucket mentality them. And a lot of people, especially on the left, have crab in the bucket mentality. This is something that I'm realizing as I grow online and get more popular, is like how many people on the left just hate when you succeed, period. Like they just hate people who have any kind of clout or are getting any kind of success or building anything. Like there's just people, they just want to pull you down, and they're looking for an excuse. I think I first noticed this with Hassan, where it's just like, you're really popular, that means you're bad, and you bought a house, and it's just like what? Like what? He bought a house?
David Hogg, who I know you know, a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, he's going to be joining us on the roundtable, and he is pursuing this effort to unseat some Democrats in safe seats through primary challenges. He's talked about a culture of seniority politics that is not working for the party. He said, quote, we need a better Democratic Party and need to get rid of the Democrats in safe seats who do not understand what is at stake now, who are asleep at the wheel, not meeting the moment, and are a liability now into the future of our party.
David Hogg is completely correct. David Hogg is completely correct. The fact that Democrats can humiliate Joe Biden and block his signature platform that he ran on, Build Back Better, and not be scared and stride around like they're king shit is why the Democratic Party is dog shit. When people stand up to Donald Trump, you can see the fear in their eyes. And guess what? That's good. That means he's an actual leader. Now, I don't like Donald Trump, but at least he's for the right. He leads their party, and he takes responsibility, and he goes after the people that are blocking him on policy. He doesn't go like, we need you to keep Democrats out of office. He's like, I'm going to kill you if you disagree with me. And the other thing that Donald Trump does, which people make fun of, but it is actually a strength, is he welcomes people into the fold. If people say, like, Donald Trump is the best, we love him, I'm so sorry for ever doubting you, sir, he welcomes them in the fold. So going against him is extremely dangerous, and kissing his ass, he will forgive you. Now, he'll make fun of you because he's an authoritarian and he's a fascist fuck, and he'll always mock you, and he'll always degrade anybody who capitulates. But he actually exercises discipline on his party. And the fact is, the Democrats don't exercise discipline. I mean, we all remember Kyrsten Sinema coming out and doing her little curtsy as she voted down the minimum wage increase. We all remember how she and Joe Manchin blocked Build Back Better to do the so-called bipartisan infrastructure bill. And here's the thing about the infrastructure bill. It was so right-wing, and it was such a giveaway to grifters that Mitch McConnell voted for it. Now, guys, gals, non-binary pals, do you think Mitch McConnell would vote for a bill that was like gonna help you and me? Like, just think about that for a second. Think about that for 5 fucking seconds. All right, chat. And then the biggest story of the day. The biggest story of the day is the passing of Pope Francis.
There is a lot of good.
Okay, we're quiet.
Good morning on this Monday, April 21st. I'm Ali Vitale, and we come on the air with breaking news this morning. Pope Francis has passed away. The Vatican made the announcement just moments ago, saying the 88-year-old Bishop of Rome has returned to the house of the Father. Just yesterday, Francis made a surprise public appearance to bless thousands of people in St. Peter's Square. He then drove through the piazza on the so-called...
I don't, like, what happened? I mean, like, he doesn't look great, but he certainly doesn't look like he's about to die.
Pope Mobile. Francis also met with Vice President J.D. Vance over the weekend. The Pope had been critical, of course, of the Trump administration.
Is it crazy to say that Vance poisoned him?
Its mass deportation efforts, as Francis was an advocate for migrants. The Pope had been recovering, though, from pneumonia. He was in the hospital for 5 weeks and was discharged less than a month ago. MSNBC's Chris Jansing has a look back at his life and legacy.
Francis, the pastor, gathering excited children on the Pope Mobile, ever the warm and humble priest he showed the world the day he was elected in 2013.
Facciamo in silenzio.
Asking for prayers, dressed in a simple white cassock and an iron cross, not the traditional gold. No surprise from a man who is cardinal in Buenos Aires, lived in a small apartment, rode the subway, and cooked his own meals.
He could understand regular people. I'm an ordinary person, an ordinary guy.
Pope Francis represented, as much as it exists, the left wing in Catholic hierarchy. As much as left wing can ever exist in the Catholic hierarchy, he was considered a reformer. He was a Jesuit. Jesuits are scholars, and he believed in liberation theology, which is an idea basically of incorporating concepts of economic and social justice and leftism into Catholicism or just religious faith, Christian faith in general. He often aligned himself with left-wing political figures in Latin America, and he was, more open. He wanted reforms on things like how they treated trans people, queer people, women in general, kind of striking at the heart of a lot of conservative shibboleths. Unfortunately, though, he's inherently, the Catholic Church is an inherently right-wing institution. It's inherently a relic of the Middle Ages. So even somebody who has relatively left-wing views for a fucking cardinal is pretty hemmed in with the ability to actually effectuate long-term change.
An extraordinary job. And I think that the message was, I am one of you.
But then surprising many as Pope by bluntly taking on controversial causes, speaking out against the invasion of Ukraine. And criticizing those who wouldn't wear masks during the pandemic.
And are they not going to mention Gaza?
Calling couples who had pets instead of children selfish. And as the first pope to address a joint session of Congress.
Really, the pet comment? It's just some boomer comment. Who gives a fuck? The pet comment?
challenging the U.S. to open its arms to refugees and abolish the penalty. Even earlier, just months after his election, saying something revolutionary for a Catholic Church leader, that the Church must welcome the LGBTQ community.
If a person is gay and seeks God and has goodwill, who am I to judge?
It's the Pope saying something that no other Pope has said, not only in terms of the implications of that statement, but the very willingness to speak with such kind of spontaneity and ease on a grave matter to reporters at the back of a plane.
By that December, Time magazine and The Advocate named Francis their Person of the Year. He made the cover of Rolling Stone, Fortune's list of the most powerful people in the world. And he was the first, as pontiff, to have an Instagram account, gaining 1 million followers.
Wow, I can't believe no one watches the mainstream media anymore.
In the first 12 hours. He was born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires, Argentina, the eldest of 5 children of Italian immigrants. As a young man, holding jobs as a bouncer, a janitor, and studying chemistry before entering the seminary. When Pope Benedict retired, Bergoglio was seen as a cardinal whose time had passed, and at 76, too old. But after 5 ballots, white smoke. The first Jesuit ever elected Pope, the first from Latin America, and the first in nearly 600 years to follow a retirement. A story so dramatic, Hollywood couldn't resist.
You have lifted a great burden from my shoulders. You're placed in every one of mine.
Francis took over a church with 1.3 billion members deeply divided over abortion, divorce, the ordination of women, and married priests.
He came into the church.
I mean, the Catholic Church still does not recognize divorce, but they do a lawyer's dodge. They do a lawyer's dodge. So this is what the Catholic Church does. So the Catholic Church will, if you are in a good standing, but you want a divorce, they will go in and they will do like, they'll find some reason that your marriage is not valid and they'll annul it. They'll be like, you know, this marriage, it seems like we found a technicality.
Church at a time in which there is tremendous crisis, both internally and externally, in terms of its reputation. And he's, in a sense, rebranded the Catholic Church. At a time when the church really needed a facelift, he provided it.
He expanded roles for women in parishes and at the Vatican, but didn't budge on making them priests. Considered allowing married priests in remote areas, but ultimately didn't. And reaffirmed many times church teaching against abortion. Conservative Catholics argue Francis.
I actually think that the making all your clergy incels is actually incredibly dangerous and very stupid. And why so many creeps become priests. I'm against clerical celibacy, chat. Surprise, surprise. I'm against clerical celibacy. Can you believe it?
Prioritized pastoral openness and
not incel, volcel. Bro, you're being paid. It's incel. When the choice is between being able to date openly or not get your money, you choose get your money and date secretly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's stupid. It's dumb as fuck. Clerical celibacy is creepy and dumb as fuck. It made sense in 1180 when you're trying to control inheritance of church property or whatever the fuck. But nowadays, it's garbage. Maybe you could say somebody could be has to be celibate for like a higher tier in the church if you really, really want. And that way you can like truly vet every single person. But it's just fucking weird. And by the way, they weren't even celibate back then. Like, they did celibacy, and then it was like, yeah, there's like 8 different, you know, priest bastards wandering around the town. It was just dumb as fuck. Do you think they jerk it? Of course they jerk it. They just feel bad about it, which is part of the fun. Like, part of the conservative thing about like porn is like, oh, I'm such a naughty boy. I'm doing a really evil thing right now. Oh, isn't that hot? Like, that's the whole reason why that's why they jerk it more. And then because like, well, I am jerking it, so I might as well go watch that really raunchy sex. Like, if you look at where people have the most depraved internet porn searches, it's in the more conservative religious regions of the country. You know, like if you look at Pennsylvania, it's like big boob or whatever. But if you look at like Texas, it's like transgender threesome. And not that transgender threesomes are depraved. You just get my point. Francis called the Catholic parish of Gaza City every single night and literally used his email address to condemn Israel. Yeah, it is egregious they're leaving this out. Because they're fucking propagandists for Israel. Are you surprised?
The expense of church doctrine.
Since our main work in the church is preparing people and calling people to heaven,
that is such a damning statement. That's such a damning statement. You could tell your thing is dying out if the only people going to it are fucking elderly.
We need to be able to tell them, no, that's sinful conduct that will get you barred from going in the door.
Other critics question whether his moves to toughen church laws dealing with sexual abuse by priests went far enough. But with his appointment of 21 new and diverse cardinals in 2022, Francis further shaped a church leadership tilting more toward the developing world, and one that's more inclusive, willing to at least talk about tough issues.
Pope Francis understood that this was a world experiencing a lot of hurt, and that hurt was of such a magnitude that it needs a divine healing.
When failing health led to rumors of retirement, the Pope, who once ministered to the poor in the slums of Buenos Aires, said simply, "Leave a legacy of good, not just goods," as he had done himself, washing the feet of prison inmates, embracing the sick, and shining a light on the Catholic mission of love and mercy.
The crime of Father Amaro is literally a porno with hot babes and a young priest? Yeah, of course. Of course. Like, how many pornos like were like nuns or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, it's always been conservative Christians have always been that way towards sex. The Pope's Easter message yesterday.
Buona Pasqua.
Happy Easter, he said. His full Easter message was read out by a senior cardinal, and there was a particular focus on the war on Gaza.
I think of the people of Gaza and its Christian community in particular, where the terrible conflict continues to cause death and destruction and to create a dramatic and deplorable humanitarian situation.
Buona Pasqua.
Happy Easter.
Who are the cardinals in the running to be the next pope? Remember, this is still a men-only club. Roman Catholicism doesn't allow women anywhere near its highest positions. But might this finally be the first time in well over 1,000 years that the job goes to an African or an Asian?
Cardinal Peter Turkson from Ghana has long been considered eligible, and he still is, despite unexpectedly resigning as head of the Vatican's Peace and Justice Office in 2021 amid an internal investigation into its management. Also in the running is Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle from the Philippines. The Catholic media sometimes calls him the Asian Francis because of the esteem he was shown by the Pope.
Of course, there are plenty of white men in the mix too, and let's face it, people have been speculating about a black or an Asian pope for a long time now. Another significant issue is what kind of pope we can expect. Pope Francis...
I'm sorry, just the way British people say black hits their ear wrong. I'm sure this guy's cool, but like, the way he said black, dude, like, like, what the fuck? Like, am I crazy?
No. Another significant issue is what kind of pope...
Francis, because of the esteem he was shown by the Pope.
Of course, there are plenty of white men in the mix too, and let's face it, people have been speculating about a black or an...
Am I crazy? He said it with, like, stank on it. Like, what the fuck?
Asian pope for a long time.
That was verbally bolded, like...
No.
Bro, are you okay?
Another significant issue is what kind of pope we can expect. Pope Francis was very successful at inducting new cardinals. Indeed, two-thirds of the men eligible to elect his successor were named by Francis.
Luc Besmond de Senneville is a Vatican correspondent for La Croix newspaper.
All these cardinals chosen by Pope Francis, they have two characteristics. The first one is that they come from what Pope Francis called the periphery of the world. So there is one from Mongolia, Myanmar, and Lesotho. So in the conclave, you will hear voices that have never been heard before in the Sixtine Chapel. The second particularity is that they all have a very strong pastoral experience. they are all men from the ground, from the field, and so it will change the way these men will choose the Pope.
So regardless of what the next Pope looks like, the Roman Catholic Church is still changing. It's becoming less European, it's becoming less metropolitan. In its future, the global south and all its multitude of different perspectives will have increasing sway.
It's the end, though. It is the fucking end. Kiss all of it goodbye. Everybody then went stone-ass crazy. And I thought niggas were crazy, but white folks are real crazy. White people have done some crazy shit. White folks, you have got to find an age limit for the Pope. You have got to find it. This rickety-crickety, this old-ass Pope, he didn't even know he was the Pope. He thought it was Halloween. Then they took him that movie, The Passion, to get his approval. That man was old. He did not know what he was watching. They could have showed him Barbershop. He didn't know he was watching.
How's the economy? Are we fucked? Oh, yeah.
Then the Pope dropped dead, and white folks went crazy. They paraded the Pope around like he was Dracula. I thought he was gonna get up. The Pope started stinking. He said, what is that I smell? It's the Pope, he's not getting up. Bury him. Then they tell me they got a Nazi Pope now. They picked a Nazi Pope, a Pope that was a Nazi. That's because he was white, they got scared. He was white, they got scared. They didn't care if he was a serial killer. Just, he's white, hurry up. Because there was a nigger priest, and he might have been the nigger Pope. And they got scared. And the nigger Pope would have been the perfect Pope. Who else could wear that cape and that jewelry? But a nigger Pope. And when they shoot at the nigger Pope, he'll be shooting back. They shot at the nigger Pope this morning. He shot 8 other people. He could be overheard and say, they ain't getting this jewelry. Not all this praying I done done.
I will say this, that he's definitely right about the Catholic Church being weird. Has anybody else here been to the Vatican?
Palestinians in this stage, all they need is someone to stand by them, and also need someone to defend and support them. And also, it's very important for Palestinians to be felt and also heard and supported. The Pope was one of the leaders that have been always supporting Palestinians, and Palestinians have been really connected to him, talking to him every day and expressing how they feel the situation across the Gaza Strip, and especially the community where Christians are residing right now and seeking refuge is in a church in the Gaza city, and they have been always trying to stay surrounding each other and supporting each other, and there has been a lot of cause for them to evacuate. Let me also remind you that the Christian community did not evacuate to the southern parts of the Gaza Strip and chose to stay in the northern Gaza Strip, and also to protect the churches where they're currently seeking shelter. Palestinians now are expressing their sadness, and they said that they lost another leader that was defending the Palestinians and also has been always vocal about the Palestinians and defending the Palestinians.
Israeli police were pointing guns at Christians going into church yesterday. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Christian community of Gaza has been singled out for extra oppression.
Yusuf. Buonasera, Santo Padre. Buonasera, come stai? Sto bene, grazie a Dio. Mi scusa, è stato con la Santa Messa. Ah, con la Messa. E dimmi, sì. Cosa avete mangiato oggi? Del pollo, le ali. El resto del pollo. El resto del pollo, la salita, ¿qué tal, Santo Padre? Lo que quedó del pollo de ayer. Quasi tutti il compound qua ha mangiato pollo. Casi todos los refugiados acá.
This is like, if you don't know what's going on, is Pope Francis would call the Catholic Church in Gaza every day and speak with the priest there.
Ieri hanno mangiato pollo. Anche il doctor Atalla. E también el doctor. كلت فراخ النهارده دكتور؟ كلت قاعد فراخ النهارده. الحمد لله. سلام عليكم. حبيبنا is a nostro amato Papa. I appreciate your appreciate it. Acá venía a saludarlo algunos bandidos. Este es Carlito. Vos. Ahí va, vos el Baba. Ahí va. Este es Baba.
Yeah, he was not a Sabra enjoyer at all. That's true. He got the good shit. He got the handmade hummus, okay? He didn't get any of that fluffy, bitter-ass, fucking overly preserved Sabra garbage.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ok, muchas gracias, Santo Padre. Muchas gracias, Santo Padre.
Grazie tante.
Vuoi ringraziare, pregare per lei, chiedere sempre prega per loro.
E prega a favore, non contro.
Sì, date grazie, Santo Padre.
A domani.
Date grazie. A domani, Santo Padre.
A domani.
Ciao,
Shukran.
The priest speaks Italian very well. I mean, are you surprised? Like, the thing about the Catholic Church is very focused on hierarchy. That's kind of its whole thing. And part of the way that you rise in the hierarchy is through scholarship. So that's kind of like that's the Catholic Church. And they tend to know like 5 fucking languages. Jordan Peterson has entered the chat. His parents were Italian immigrants in Argentina. Yeah. One of the few respectable Argentinians in history. Gonna miss. Yeah. I mean, listen, like, he's, again, as I said before, the Catholic Church is a fucking weird institution. If you're not Catholic, see, I was raised Catholic. So I am familiar with the mysteries of the Church of Rome. Okay. Let's just say that. And I know how fucking weird it is. Like, how many, like, we talked about this like 5 years ago, but how many of you know about the military of the Catholic Church?
Well, news that of Swiss guards were sworn in today at the Vatican during a mass prior to their installation. Pope Francis encouraged the new guards to grow as Christians as they serve. These 36 young men are joining the traditional force, which provides security to the Holy Father and the Vatican. The swearing in of the Swiss Guard takes place each year on May the 6th. EWTN Vatican Bureau Chief Andreas Tannhauser tells us more about the ceremony's history for the world's smallest and oldest standing army.
New Swiss guards make their oath on the date that marks the anniversary of the sack of Rome. On this day, in 1527, 189 Swiss guards defended Pope Clement VII against an army of German Landsknecht soldiers and Spanish mercenaries. 147 died in battle, including their commander, Caspar Royst of Zurich. 42 guards were able to flee across the Passetto di Borgo, an elevated escape route, to Castel San Angelo. Pope Clement VII was forced to surrender shortly after, but his life and those of the 42 guards were spared from the carnage. The swearing-in ceremony concludes an ample schedule of celebrations that customarily begins the day before with Vespers and the deposition of a wreath of flowers to remember the guards killed.
They're all Swiss, by the way, and I think it's like you have to be Swiss, Catholic, unmarried, 5'9" or taller. Or 5'8" or taller. It's something like that.
1527. The next day, Mass is celebrated in St. Peter's Basilica in the morning. Then in the afternoon, the swearing in of the new guards takes place. This year, 36 new recruits were sworn in at a smaller than usual ceremony, which included parents and siblings of the guards and official representatives of Switzerland and the Church. For this special occasion, the guards wore the so-called Grand Gala, a comprehensive uniform of armor also seen for the Urbi et Orbi papal blessing at Christmas and Easter. As tradition dictates, the oath is made with a hand on the Pontifical Swiss Guard Corps flag in the presence of the representative of the Pope, Archbishop Edgar Peña Parra.
Who's also in armor.
Guards promised to protect and defend the reigning Pope and all of his legitimate successors in moments of need, even to the point of death. Each does so by reciting the following phrase in one of the languages of the Swiss Federation.
Which is Italian, French, or German.
To become a member of the Corps, there are some strict requirements. One must be a Swiss citizen, a practicing Catholic, and be between 19 and 30 years old. The recruit must be single, at least 5 feet, 8.5 inches tall, be in good health, and have an impeccable reputation.
Oh, 5'8.5".
At the same time, one must have passed the Army School for Recruits and be available for at least 26 months of service. Still today, the Pontifical Swiss Guards constitutes the oldest military corps in the world, having been founded by Pope Julius II in 1506. They are responsible for keeping watch over the entrances to the Vatican and the Apostolic Palace, carrying out police and representative duties during papal ceremonies and state receptions, and also protecting the College of Cardinals during a sede vacante period.
Which is now.
In Rome, Andreas Tonhauser, EWTN News
Which is now. We're going to be voting for, they're going to be electing a new pope. They're going to be doing it. I love how it's just ceremonies. No, that's not. They all have submachine guns underneath their uniform. It's funny because, like, I saw a photo of their, like, armory. I think this is an example of it. It's like, they have weapons from, like, all sorts of different eras. We're going to have our smoke watch, yeah, for sure. Catholic Church is weird, man. Here's Pope Francis at the apartheid wall praying for a free Palestine. Oblivion gaming stream? What the fuck?
Let's say you want...
Okay, guys, can I say this? I'm going to say an unpopular opinion. I don't like this channel.
Let's say you want to become...
CGP Grey is like Reddit personified. It really is Reddit personified. I really dislike the vexology shit where it's like every flag should be an orange triangle next to a blue triangle or else it's lame. And it's like, listen, I get the blue, the seal flags are really lazy in the US, but they're trying to make everything this fucking same. Everything has to be a corporate logo. So like, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan. He also does DMCA, don't watch. Really? Antichrist is trending. JD is cooked. Wait, what? I mean, the Pope died on Easter, which is like as soon as he was like taking a turn for the worse, they were probably like, let him die, let him die. It's base to die on Easter. Antichrist is trending. I don't even know where he's... President J.D. Vance was photographed inside the Sistine Chapel during Easter, leading to debate over the chapel's photography rules. Epic shot of Vice President J.D. Vance and his son inside the Sistine Chapel. What an incredible way to spend Easter weekend. Okay, chat. Can we talk about the right wing for a second? Okay, so in the right wing online, I've noticed a kind of trend because I watch right wing shit, so you don't have to. You're welcome. So I pay attention to the right wing. And so here's the trend. Basically, Catholics on the far right are anti-Israel and non-Catholics on the far right are super Zionists. This is a trend that's been growing and growing. And I think the anti-Israeli far-right Catholics are just anti-Semites. So we have like the far right who are like, yeah, like Israel's doing a genocide and that's bad because they're Jewish. And then the far right there's the group of the far right that says it's Israel's doing a genocide and that's based. That's the fight that's happening on the far right. And I actually think the anti-Semites are starting to win. And when I say they're Catholic, they're not really Catholic. Like, right? They're heretical Catholics in the sense where Catholicism is about supporting the church hierarchy and a belief. It's almost like it's very proto-liberal, where it's like the process is what makes things infallible. Like the church is the Holy Mother Church, and if the Holy Mother Church does X, that it's God ordained because it goes through the process of the Holy Church. It's immune from the infallibility. It's of the fallibility of man. It's infallible, right? Because it's like process worship. And then you have like conservative Catholics that are like, Pope Francis is the gay DEI Pope, and that's the exact opposite of Catholicism. Catholicism is saying the Pope is based. That's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is to say the church is based, the Pope is based. I just do what they say. That's the whole point. And I'll go to heaven if I follow these processes. I get baptized. I take communion. I get confirmed. I get married in the church. You know, I baptize my own children. I attend mass. You know, I take confession. And then when I die, I get last rites. And if I do all those things, if I follow all the church's processes, I go to heaven. That's literally the Catholic Church. You know, the Catholic, the church instructs me on moral living, and I perform good deeds in service of God. That's literally the Catholic belief system in a nutshell. You go through the processes, you enjoy the sacraments, you attend mass, you live life according to the way the church instructs, and you confess your sins, aka, and then you'll go to heaven. All of it is surrounding church processes. So if you attack the Pope as being the gay Pope or whatever, you're literally undermining the very essence of what it even means to be Catholic, which is what the far right Catholics do, which is the contradiction of their entire belief system. They don't really believe in anything. This is just trappings. It's a clown costume. These Catholics don't support the Novus Ordo, only the Catholic Church before that. They are literal heretics. Yeah, well, they're not Catholics then. They are heretics. American Catholicism seems very different from the rest of the world. Yes. Oh my God, that's such a good point. Thank you. Thank you for that point. In America, Catholics are just Protestants. Like, the Catholicism of the American Catholic Church has been warped by politics. And they have all sorts of heretical beliefs in line with right-wing Protestantism. Like, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. The Catholic Church believes in evolution. The Catholic Church is the place where they developed the Big Bang Theory. The Catholic Church believes in the Big Bang. The Catholic, well, I think all popes have personally said they think the Big Bang is correct. Like, the Catholic Church believes in evolution. They believe in the Big Bang. They don't think the Earth is 6,000 years old. Like, they believe in evolution. Like, all that shit is, but you talk to like conservative American Catholics and they're like, the Earth is 6,000 years old, and Jesus, like, they speak like they're a fucking Baptist. And it's like, no, that's not what your church believes. They don't even know, because to them in America, this is very important. In America, Christianity is not actually a set of beliefs. I'll say that again. In America, Christianity is not actually a set of beliefs. It's an identity marker. It's like wearing a sports team's jersey. You put on the jersey of Christian as part of a bunch of self-describers in a conservative worldview. You don't actually believe anything. And that's why they all unite. That's why a Catholic can unite with a Mormon. Even though the Catholic Church says Mormonism is a cult, it is not Christianity. So the Catholic Church has like evaluations of all different denominations and how like close they are to being Christian or not. And they literally say Mormonism is not Christian. Mormonism is just a scam. Okay, I'm going to make sure I'm going to Catholicism.com. Are Mormons Christian? I want to make sure I'm accurate with my descriptions. I don't want to be overheated. I've heard Mormons say they worship the same Jesus we do and they are Christians. After all, their church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Answer: just because someone says he's a Christian doesn't make him a Christian, because a Christian must be validly baptized and believe in the God of Christianity. The Catholic Church holds Mormon baptisms invalid because even though through the baptismal formula they use is correct, the meaning of the words Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are so alien to Christian belief that they essentially belong to another religion. They don't even consider them valid. They're like invalid, invalid religion. When it comes to Jesus, Christians believe he is fully human and fully divine, and he has always been divine given that he is the second person of the Trinity, God the Son. Mormons, however, believe that Jesus Christ was once an intelligence such as us who existed from eternity. He was not always divine, and he was not always the Son of God. Instead, God chose him to become the firstborn among the intelligences by giving him the first spirit body. In 1909, the Mormon Church's leadership released a statement that read, "The Father of Jesus is our Father also. Jesus, however, is the firstborn among all the sons of God, the first begotten in spirit and the only begotten in the flesh. He is our elder brother, and we, like him, are in the image of God." Instead of being completely different in kind from human beings, this counterfeit Christ is different from us only in degree, hence the term eldest brother. He is just a more exalted spirit child of God the Father, which reduces him from being the eternal creator of the universe to being merely one highly praised part of it, which is antithetical to true Christian belief. AKA, Catholics are like, no, that shit ain't real, man. That shit ain't real. But what I'm trying to say here is, in America, though, Catholic conservatives are like, yeah, we love our Christian right brothers. And it's like, motherfucker, your own church does not think they're even valid. Like, they're not even Christians, according to the Catholic Church. But yet you align with them and you attack Pope Francis? Yeah, I don't think you're actually Christian, bro. Mormonism does give Catholicism a run for its money on the weird, secretive traditions. That's what they're doing, of course. That's what makes the Catholic Church interesting. That's what makes people like it, is the fact they wear weird costumes and they have a vault and they have an intelligence service. Oh, they also have a spy agency. What the fuck is the Catholic spy agency called? Catholic Church Spy Agency name. The Entity. Yeah, it's the Entity. Okay, this is just like a dumb book. Oh, okay. No, Entity is too. Okay, so that's why they call it that, because you can't even search for this shit. This is the reason a lot of American Catholicism is the way it is. Praying the rosary for Pope Francis in St. Peter's Square tonight. Photo by Pablo Esparza. There's nothing in the intellect which was not first in the senses. We got priests aesthetic posting. Relevant to your corporate logo comment. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Catholic Confederates. There it is. Yes, this is such a good point. This is such a good point. A lot of Catholics in the Deep South kind of pledge their allegiance more to the slave power and racism than they did to the universalism of Catholicism. And like, that makes perfect sense. It's called the base and the superstructure, chat. The base was the economic system and the means of production and the ownership and the social situation. And then you had everything was heaped on top of that and the superstructure. And so Catholicism in the Deep South changed in order to accommodate the economic realities, because that's how those systems work. All right. We got more Pope Francis shit. Here's Pope Francis saying free Palestine. Oh, this better be really good.
I can't stand to see him like this.
He really needs a girlfriend.
I gotta save that. I gotta save that for a sound drop. I gotta like save that as a sound drop just to post. Every time I see a right-wing, see a right-wing fucking post on Twitter, I just need to post this. This little clip.
He really needs a girlfriend.
Like, every time I see somebody posting about marathon tits, a marathon's gonna be a bad game because of the tits. I need to post that clip. New soundbite. All right, let's keep talking about this.
When it came to the Palestinians, Pope Francis was arguably the most supportive pope in modern times. In the aftermath of October 2023, a little more than a month into the war in Gaza, he said what Israel was doing was terrorism, and the humanitarian crisis there could be considered a genocide.
This morning I received two delegations, one of Israelis who have relatives held hostage in the Gaza Strip, and another of Palestinians who have relatives imprisoned in Israel. They suffer so much, and I heard how both sides suffer. Wars do this, but we have gone beyond wars. This is not war. This is terrorism.
For an institution that for centuries used papal decrees to legitimize territorial expansion and European colonialism, and in modern times remained neutral on the Israel-Palestine conflict, Pope Francis's comments were a radical departure from the Church's legacy and its usual stance, but consistent with his reformist papacy and commitment to social justice.
Ieri sono stati bombardati.
bambini.
Yesterday, children were bombed. This is cruelty. This is not war.
Crudeltà.
Pope Francis did not stop at words. He reached out directly to those suffering in Gaza with frequent video calls. Nearly every night since Israel's bombing campaign began, he called the Holy Family Church in Gaza, which sheltered hundreds of Christians and Muslims.
Salam alaikum.
The brief calls were a small but powerful gesture, the Vatican said, offering connection and hope amidst isolation.
Yesterday I called, as I do every day, the parish in Gaza. They told me, today we ate lentils with chicken. It's important because these days they weren't used to it and only made some vegetables. They were happy, but let us pray for Gaza, for peace.
In his final days, even in critical condition, he stayed in touch with the Gaza parish.
We rejoice to hear his voice. This is always comforting, knowing that.
This is the parish priest of the Gaza church, Gabriele Romanelli. God damn, dude. Holy man. We need a minute of silence. So true.
Despite his delicate state of health, he continues to think and pray for everyone, for peace in Gaza, and thanking us at the same time for our constant prayers. Give us great joy even in the midst of so many trials.
And months before his passing, Pope Francis appointed the first new cardinal of Palestinian origin to the College of Cardinals. When the world's most powerful leaders failed to act, many offering unquestioning support to Israel or remaining silent in the face of massacre after massacre, people in Gaza will remember Pope Francis for seeing their suffering clearly and speaking of it plainly. A rare moral voice rising above political calculation. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
Well, for more on this, we're joined now by Javier Abu-Eid, who is a political analyst and a former PLO advisor. He joins us from Ramallah. Thanks again for being with us here on Al Jazeera. First of all, can you just give us a sense of how...
Hey, I've been a Catholic since last year. It's so awesome to meet you. I touched a disease we're making for Israel, and it may kill you, by the way. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to say J.D. Vance killed the Pope. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think it's a legitimate theory. I think it's a legitimate theory. All we know is, like, they picked Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense, and the guy, this is what this guy said.
As I told you, my 2019 resolution is to say things on air that I say off air. I don't think I've washed my hands for 10 years. Really, I don't really wash my hands ever.
Help me.
No, I inoculate myself. It's just not, germs are not a real thing. I can't see them, therefore they're not real.
So you're becoming immune?
That is our Secretary of Defense. Shock of shocks, guys. It's not going so well. Hey, guys. The Pete Hegseth, he doesn't wash his hands ever. It's not going well.
How his death will be viewed in the region, especially as such a strong ally of Palestinian people.
Thank you, Tom.
You just admitted for not... that was because my water broke. And then I actually went... I went to a friend's house to take a shower. That's how I know I'm not an anarchist. My water broke. No, my water supply broke. Okay, I'm not pregnant. You know, even though me and your dad, we just keep trying to get him pregnant. But you know, God, anything's possible with God. Okay.
As we've been saying this morning, it's a very sad day for Palestinians in general. And he was someone who, not just with Palestine, but also with the rest of the region, he tried his best to create bridges, to build bridges with the Arab and Muslim worlds. I don't remember any other pope who visited Arab countries as much as he did during his mandate. And there were several gestures that he made, not just from the religious perspective, where remember that he is the one who canonized the last two Palestinian saints, Maria Alfonsine Ghattas and Mariam al-Bawardi, but also he's the Pope who recognized the state of Palestine. He's someone who tried to make use of the moral power of the Holy See to advance a political agenda where, under his own words, there was no possibility to have peace without justice. He always called for a just peace and for the state of Palestine that he, as I just said, recognized.
As you've been talking, we've been watching pictures from his 2014 visit to Bethlehem and the stance he took next to the separation wall. I understand you were there at the time and saw that unfold. That must have been incredibly powerful. Can you just give us a sense of the impact, the vast impact that had at the time?
I think it was extremely powerful because even though the International Court of Justice had referred to the wall back in 2004 as illegal and that it had to be destroyed, I don't remember any world leader, particularly any Western leader, that took time to go to the wall itself and to have a picture there. I know that even though he was there to pray, there was a very clear political message that the Holy See was delivering. I myself, I was there, as you just said, and I exchanged a few words in Spanish with Pope Francis, and Pope Francis was very clear to me. For me, that was the top of the story when he told me, "My dear son, I know very well what's going on here." Those words were back in 2014. We should not forget that the Holy See is not a pro-Palestinian institution. There are different positions within the Holy See. And even though it's true that initially, if we are talking 100 years ago, 80 years...
JD Vance, do you want to meet my mother-in-law? Oh, God. Is boomer humor making a comeback? Like, this is boomer shit. Like, is Gen Z kind of boomer coded? Because millennials were wife guys, right? Millennials are wife guys. Is Gen Z like boomer coded? Are they like the take my wife, please kind of guys? And Generation Alpha are millennials kids. So I don't even want to know what the brain rot. They've been freebasing brain rot since the time they were like 1. So God knows what's going to come out of that. I don't know if they're going to be able to like turn on the computer. Like that's the level of brain rot we're talking about. See, the one thing about being a millennial is like I had to use computers when they required you to like kind of understand something about the operating system or the computer itself to run it. Like I first started using computers with MS-DOS. Okay. So when I started using computers, it was a little bit different. All right. Now it's just like touchpads. I remember when we got the first GUI interface. All right, let's keep talking about the Pope.
Years ago, the Holy See opposed the Zionist project in Palestine, opposed the Balfour Declaration. At the end, it started to take a position which was more kind of neutral.
You know how I learned how to type though, chat? One of the best games of all time. I legitimately just played this at home. Can you imagine a game like this being created? There's no way that Nintendo would ever give Mario IP away, right? Like, this is crazy. Like, how did this exist? Okay, can you just play the... Mario teaches typing, man. This was a classic. That was a classic. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, the priest died.
And some popes, for example, Pope John Paul II, when he appointed the first Palestinian...
Holy shit, core memory unlocked? I mean, that's why I know how to type. All right. This is Pope Francis was really close to a lot of the Latin American left-wingers, politicians. So we're going to go into a little bit of a dive on that.
Palestinian patriarch to Jerusalem during the beginning of the First Intifada, Patriarch Michel Sabah, that gave a very strong gesture, just like Pope Francis tried to do. And yeah, it's true that he also appointed the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, who is not a Palestinian, he's an Italian, but who's someone who has been here for many years and who understands very well the realities on the ground. This was also, I think, a gesture for the whole region.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there, Javier, but thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Javier Abu Eid, for us in Ramallah.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, here we have Claudia Scheinbaum, and she is going to talk about one thing that was based about Pope Francis.
Esta, mira.
This, look, it's very good.
El mercado solo no resuelve todo.
The marketplace by itself cannot resolve any problem. For the outdated neoliberals,
Aunque otra vez nos quieran hacer creer este dogma,
however much we are asked to believe in the dogma of neoliberal faith,
es escrito del Papa.
it's a writing by Pope Francis.
Se trata de un
This is about an impoverished and repetitive school of thought
que propone
that always offers the same recipes, whatever the challenge.
desafío que se presente. El
Neoliberalism simply reproduced itself by resorting to the magic theories of spillover or trickle without using the name as the only solution to societal problems. By the way, this is the abundance agenda. This is the YIMBY. YIMBYism is just trickle down theory, but for housing. But it's going to work this time, guys. It's going to work. As long as all we do is build luxury condos for the very rich for profit, somehow that'll fucking trickle down to housing the poor. Now, I have a better idea. Here's my idea. How about we just build housing directly for the poor and we guarantee it as a human right? We build housing for the middle class and we guarantee it as a human right. And we build housing not as we build public housing, not as like a catch-all for the very, very poor and the people that are able to navigate fucking 80 different, application forms, but we make it a right that everybody gets. You want, and the housing is desirable and well designed and well maintained. And we charge you rent that's based on how much it costs to maintain the building and give improvements. We charge you a fair rate for the purpose of maintaining the property, not whatever the market bears so that people can profiteer off of land monopoly. How about we do that instead? I don't know. It's wild. I've only ever lived in Vienna, where it works super well and it's the most livable city in the entire world. And 60% of people live in social, non-profit, limited profit, or public housing. And it's the housing of the middle class. And when you turn fucking 18, imagine this, chat. When you turn 18, as an Austrian in Vienna, you apply for your own apartment and you get it. As a teenager, you get to move out of your parents' house and you get to live on your own, in your own fucking apartment. And what's the rent? Well, it depends on how much money you're making. If you're like a student, it's like nothing. They'll literally give you a subsidies so you can live there. If not, as you make more money, the rent will go up, but it never gets that high. Why don't we do that? Well, see, the reason why Democrats and YIMBY style, abundance agenda people will talk about this is because they worship the market. For them, the most important thing is the market, making a market, building the market, market. If you do direct provision of services, if you do government provision of services, that you're ruining the ability to profit. That's not fair. Kristi Noem's bag with $3,000 in cash was stolen from a DC restaurant. Why are you carrying $3K in cash? Like, I get having, maybe even up to like $500 in cash. I get that. That's a lot. But I could be like, okay, maybe the person just is very paranoid and they want to make sure that if they had to, they could like pay for a hotel room or something in an emergency, right? Like, or, they could pay for like, a car tow or something. Like, I get it. 3,000? What are you doing? Buying handfuls of cocaine? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why do you need that much cash? Like, are you buying prostitutes? Like, what is going on? Like, what the fuck? This little appreciation of the fact that this alleged spillover does not resolve the inequality that gives rise to new forms of violence, threatening the fabric of society. It is imperative to have a proactive economic policy directed at promoting an economy that favors productive diversity and business creativity and makes it possible for jobs to be created and not cut. Financial speculation fundamentally aimed at quick profit continues to wreak havoc. Which, by the way, is all of... I need to write something about the American economy, what it really is. I really do, because I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Maybe it's because I'm actually a normal human being, but 95% of what I read about the economy is totally fake. And I want to give you an example. There are millions of people who get paid through Medicaid to take care of sick or elderly friends and family. Home health care aides, like where you get hired and you get hired by a government contractor to provide home health care to your relative. Okay. Now listen, I'm not saying that those people shouldn't be given money. I'm not saying that isn't valid. All right. I think it's incredibly important, but it's welfare. Okay. It's not a job. It's welfare. So we have millions upon millions upon millions of people that are getting paid for work in the home. That is important and valuable. I'm not saying it's not. But it's just not a job in the traditional productive sense of the economy. Okay? And the money for it comes from the government borrowing. It is, and the reason why we're able to afford it is because we're the global reserve currency. And so we don't have to produce goods and services that equal what we're bringing into our country. Like every other country in the world, they have to produce goods and services greater than the imports that they bring in, or else they will have a fiscal imbalance. All right. And it causes tremendous pressure on their economy. Okay. Doesn't mean they have to have a surplus with everybody. Doesn't mean they have to have a surplus every year. But if year over year over year, you're consistently running a trade deficit like we are, it's going to slowly undermine your economy, like Greece, for example. Within the Eurozone, Germans traditionally had an economic surplus, and the southern European countries had an economic deficit that led them to a point where they had a financial crisis. The European financial crisis was based on the fact that they had a fundamental, intractable trade deficit with other parts of the Eurozone, and they weren't getting fiscal transfers to make up for it. So their economies started to fail. Okay. And that is what happened. So the United States of America is absolutely chock full of make work bullshit jobs, email jobs, the Medicare home health stuff, which is literally just a government program handout, disability. Like so many people get declared disabled because it's the only way to get welfare in this fucking country. You have somebody who, if they had support, if they had a good community, if they got access to training and education, probably would be able to get a job, at least a part-time job. But our system is designed for people to either get themselves declared disabled or some other way so that they can be considered one of the good poor who deserves help, right? So you have people that would be marginally working who decide or are angled to not work because of our disability system. We have a system that is absolutely unproductive. Most people have, like, we're talking about like 50% of people are just absolutely on the edge of economic ruination any particular week. And this reality is just not processed by like the top. It's actually fucking crazy. This is a horrible take. This is a horribly accurate take. I'm not saying these people are bad. I'm saying that our system is full of smoke and mirrors, and it's not based on actually providing people a robust social safety net where they don't have to jump through hoops. And so we create this hoops because we don't want to give anything to anybody who doesn't deserve it, right? And so what ends up happening is we straitjacket ourselves into all of these positions that are fundamentally unproductive, and we're undermining the economy at a very base level. Because we can't just give people money because they're human beings and they should have everything provided to them. We have to have this interlocking regime of means testing that has created a ridiculous system of unproductivity. And that's what gets incentivized. Congratulations, you fucked it all up. It was the first global South Pope. I think it might have something to do with it. Yeah, I mean, he's great. I mean, he's way better. My friend's dad passed away before getting his disability, went through legal trouble for over 2 years. They're still working for waiting for the check, and it's been halved for no reason. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Your father should just have gotten health and help immediately because he needed it. Why the fuck why have we created this system of utter fragility and utter Kafka-esque bureaucracy? And it has really sapped this nation. It's destroyed it because we so don't want to help people. We've created a system where people become non-persons. Congratulations, you fucking did it. The ultimate neoliberal policy. Did you see the California mayor who wants to purge the homeless by giving them free fentanyl so they all die? They won't die because more homeless are being produced all the time, because housing is unaffordable, because you can't get a good job. So people who are hardworking, intelligent, diligent people become homeless constantly. They're producing more homeless people. And when you get out on the streets, after you're out on the streets for 6 to 9 months, you start to have mental health crises because it's like living under stress for 6 straight months. What do you think that does to your mental health? What do you think that does to your physical health? Never having a moment's of privacy, never having a moment's peace, never having a moment's quiet, not being able to sleep. What the fuck do you think that does to you? This is, I mean, like, people are absolutely stupid. Like, this country is rotten to the core. This country is rotten to the fucking core. You know what it is? I think it fundamentally is that Americans just hate other Americans. Like, we fundamentally just hate each other. It's like fucked up. Like, why should I have to pay for your kid to get an education? Are you listening to yourself? Like, people hear that. Like, I have heard this before. Why should I have to pay for you? That was you getting pregnant. You shouldn't have had that sex. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You should want to educate his kid because he's going to be sitting next to you on the bus, or he's going to be sitting next to you at the beach. And you want him to have a good life, because if he's desperate and poor and uneducated, he's much more likely to become violent and reject the system that rejected him. By creating a society where the children are not taken care of, you're creating the society that will kill your ass. Americans don't hate each other, but they especially hate children. Oh yeah, for sure. This is the most anti-children society in the fucking planet, without a doubt. America, like, this is the thing where I diverge the most from a lot of the online left. Unpopular opinion incoming. I think it's fucking weird to, like, be obsessed with hating kids. I think that's fucking a red flag. I think it's weird. Like, I understand not wanting to have children. That's totally valid. If you don't want to have children, I don't want you to have children. Like, you know what I mean? But, like, just being so fucking weird about kids. Like, the Reddit, like, child-free mentality, it has always kind of been off-putting to me. Where it's like, listen, I get it. I don't like to turn on a show and see a child actor. Can I be honest? I want to build a bridge with the child-free folks. When I turn on a television show and there's a child actor, I immediately let out a sigh, because kids cannot act. For every 99 times you have a kid actor in a show, you get one good performance. And I fucking hate child actors. And also, it's creepy. It's fucking creepy to, like, force a kid to go work, you know, poorly act. Although most of the time, child actors are, like, literally related to the producers or the people putting up the money. But that's beside the point. Let's leave that aside. So there's my bridge with the child-free people. I want child-free entertainment, okay? Keep the children away from the entertainment, all right? There, I'm happy with it, okay? Or have them, you know, limit the amount of screen time that kids have that can't act. Can we have like, you know, a moratorium on child actors until we can figure out what the hell is going on, okay? But you have to pay for real children's health care and education, okay? What about voice acting for animated shows? Use adults. Use adults. They can make little kid voices, but then they can actually act. Wow, Mike really said it.
Fuck the kids?
That's actually not what I was saying. I was saying fuck the kid actors. We don't want them here. Anyway, our society is fundamentally disgusting and broken and hates. It just hates humanity. That's the thing. That's the thing that I've, like, you know, I spent a lot of time in different places, and it just feels like America has gotten to the point where it just hates humanity. Like, we've created a society of just despising human beings. And it fucking, it's off-putting now at this point. It's like getting to the point where it's like, random, but I was reading about the New Deal and how they had a federal writers project to give jobs to unemployed writers. They wrote state brochures, government manuals, oral histories, and city guides. You know who some of the writers that came from this program are? John Steinbeck, Ralph Ellison, Zora Neale Hurston, Saul Bellow, and many more. Yeah, I know. I know you were randomly reading about that because I talked about it last week on stream. Wow, so nice of you to randomly look into the thing that I specifically spent stream time talking about. How about you say, like, Hey, Mike, I started looking more into the artists that were funded by the New Deal. And did you know there was also a writers program? Thanks for sending me down that rabbit hole. I learned a lot. No. It's I randomly decided to start reading about writers and the New Deal. Bitch, I told you about that. What do you mean? Have you thought about saying thank you? Okay, let's keep going. The rise of end times fascism. Oh my God. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I did not read this article. We should read this together. This is the vibe I'm talking about. This is, oh my God, this is so pithy. This Naomi Klein, she seems like she might be able to write. This is exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like everything is so hostile to humanity. Like there's just a hatred of humanity. Did you guys see Kyrgyzstan put out a video on South Korea? Did you guys see this? I kind of want to watch it. We might watch it in a little bit. Because even though Kyrgyzstan is a disgusting liberal, he is right about this. South Korea is toast. Like South Korea as a society is fucked. Like South Korea is done. He is right about that. And without internal forms of solidarity and mutual trust, the market cannot completely fulfill its proper economic function. And today, this trust has failed. The end of history was not such. The words of Pope Francis. And the dogmatic formulae of prevailing economic theory proved not to be infallible. The fragility of world systems in the face of the pandemic has demonstrated that not everything can be resolved by market freedom. It has also shown that in addition to recovering a sound political life that is not subject to the dictates of finance, we must put human dignity back at the center and on that pillar build the alternative social structures we need. Wait, 233. Building social friendship does not only call for rapprochement between groups who took different sides at some troubled period of history, but also for a renewed encounter of the most impoverished and vulnerable sectors of society. For peace is not merely absence of war, but a tireless commitment, especially on the part of those of us charged with greater responsibility, to recognize, protect, and concretely restore the dignity so often overlooked or ignored of our brothers and sisters, so that they can see themselves as the principal protagonists of the destiny of their nation. You can imagine why some people don't like Pope Francis. And by the way, chat, notice that, what are we watching here? We're watching the world's first live streaming president, Claudia Sheinbaum. She's just doing what I do. This is literally what I do. She has like this like she's doing it in, like on a stage, but she's basically just doing what I do. Like she has like a little monitor of like whatever thing she's looking at. Like look over here, like it's right here. She's standing over here. I'm right down here on the bottom left. Like the only thing that's different is I have the chat on the screen. Mike, am I still going to Japan? No. I decided that now is not really a good time for me to be crossing the border. So I've decided to stay away from crossing the border for the immediate short term, unless I'm leaving. Please move to Canada. No. You will be fine. It's not me I'm worried about, but I'm not going to get into it anymore. Did you see Chinese public elementary schools? The school I went to still doesn't have air conditioning.
Where's the dining room?
Mike, more reps are coming to El Salvador. Democratic reps Robert Garcia, Maxwell Frost, Yasmin Ansari and Maxine Dexter have arrived at El Salvador to pressure the Trump administration to abide by a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This trip is not being financed by taxpayer dollars. Do they care about her? No, rotten. I mean, like, if somebody gets murdered and the murderer gets arrested and prosecuted, like, I'm not saying that's the end of the story, but like, what, you want me to wave a magic wand and go back in time and make it not happen? I mean, if the perpetrator is being prosecuted, like, that seems like the system is functioning as much as these people can make it function. But when somebody gets kidnapped and sent to a fucking concentration camp with no proof they did anything wrong, that seemed to be something you should intervene on, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Clap for the prosecutors and say good job for prosecuting the murderer? Like, yeah, okay. And what does this even make sense? Like, this is so weird because conservatives are usually the first people to be like, people die, it's just the cost of freedom. When we're like, man, I can't believe 20,000 people get shot to death every year in this country. They're like, well, that's just the price of freedom. Gun control wouldn't stop all gun deaths, therefore it's not worth doing. All right, what else did I want to say? Okay, we're doing we got more Pope shit. What more Pope shit do we want? Do you guys want to look into the conclave at all, or do you not care and we should wait till it happens?
Only twice in the 21st century has there been a vacancy of the Holy See. Now again, this most solemn duty falls to the College of Cardinals, the most senior members of the clergy.
So basically, chat, a cardinal is an archbishop who has been given a ceremonial position of a church that exists in Rome. So there's a bunch of churches in Rome, and these like archbishops that are being promoted to the next level get like a symbolic parish that they're supposedly the head of, even though they don't live in Rome, right? So those are the cardinals, right? And then there is the conclave.
138 cardinals are under...
The Sri Lankan cardinal is one of the potential successors, is a fucking demon of the highest order. I think it's very unlikely he gets picked. You said Yasmin Ansari, like that's a familiar name. I went to high school with her, crazy. Yeah, I'm just really good at pronunciation.
Under 80
as my chat will tell you.
To elect the next pope. But before the white smoke rises, the bells toll, and a new Holy Father emerges. There's much work to be done, including a carefully choreographed series of events steeped in centuries of tradition.
The first thing that happens is what they call the Camerlengo, or the Chamberlain of the Holy Roman Catholic Church. Traditionally,
they have to hit him in the head with a silver hammer.
This is a fascinating piece. Would take a silver hammer and tap the Pope's forehead 3 times, and then call out his baptismal name. And if there are no response on any of the 3 knockings or the name, would declare the Pope officially dead.
Nowadays, there are more modern methods of declaring the Pope deceased, but the sentiment remains. And once it does, the Camerlengo takes the papal signet ring, the ring of the fisherman, and destroys it, signaling the end of Pope Francis's reign. His papal apartment is sealed, the College of Cardinals are notified, and a 9-day mourning period begins.
Back in April of 24, Pope Francis established new rites for the burial of a pope. Now, could his successor change this? Of course. But for Pope Francis, he was very clear that he did not want a pope that was associated with a noble statesman or a world leader or global power. He wanted to be remembered as a simple shepherd, as a kind pastor. And so he wanted to be buried in that respect. What's quite striking, it's a very simplified funeral rite that he's left us with. Pope Francis will be in a coffin, much like we see any of our family members buried in a coffin in a funeral home. What's also going to be striking is that coffin is going to be closed.
The funeral will be unlike the others we've seen in modern times. Think disciple of Christ, not head of state. Pope Francis will be buried at Santa Maria Maggiore, not St. Peter's Basilica. And that process will happen between the 4th and 6th days after his death. Once the burial is done, the conclave begins, which is roughly 15 to 20 days after the Pope's death is announced.
That's a very serious gathering. It's very restricted. The cardinals themselves are in one place. They're not to leave during that time. They don't come and go. They're it's now where Pope Francis lives, in Santa Marta, and they stay there. They go over to the Sistine Chapel each day for their deliberations and their vote.
The cardinals vote in secrecy 4 times a day. When they vote, they're locked inside the Sistine Chapel. They're cut off from the outside world as a way to reconnect with the Holy Spirit. If a 2/3 majority is not reached, the smoke that emerges is black. Once a decision has been made, the smoke is white and the bells toll.
It's not an election as much as it's a discernment. And that goes back to the earliest days of the church, when the apostles had to choose a successor, not for Peter, but for Judas, to make the number whole again. That what they did is they gathered in prayer and they listened to one another to hear where the Holy Spirit was leading them. And that's why this is different. This isn't an election in the ways of this world. The selection of a pope is meant to come out of an experience of prayer and solidarity.
The longest conclave in history lasted 1,006 days. Theoretically, any baptized Roman Catholic man is eligible for the papacy. But for the last 700 years, the Pope has been chosen from the College of Cardinals. So who will it be?
What people should be cautious about is looking at the Vatican and looking at the global Catholic Church through the lens of American politics and American ideas of conservatism.
If it lasts for more than a few weeks, they'll just stop giving them food.
And liberalism. The church is, it operates on all continents of the world. There are 1.2 billion Catholics worldwide. Some might hew to what are considered traditional Catholic values and ideals and tradition and doctrine, and others don't. And this is sort of what makes predicting a new pope sort of.
Am I eligible for pope? Of
What
course.
matters most to the cardinals is the continuation of the church, and yet much of that depends on how the next pope addresses global, social, and economic issues, those that pull people in and turn people away. The bottom line is anything can happen, and the Holy Spirit works on a timetable and an agenda all its own. Teresa Priolo, Fox 5 News.
Everyone's got their Pope video. Holy shit, everybody had a Pope video to drop. They were working overtime. Like, look at these Pope videos. Dow is down 1,000 points. Oh my God, what the fuck? Why is there so many things happening? Oh, guys. Oh, guys. I think the crash is in. I think it's about to get bad. The Pope was load bearing for the markets, guys. Uh-oh. Pope Francis died and the stock market crashed 1,000 points. The stonks are going down. The stonks are going down, folks. He wanted a modest funeral because he knew the market would tank too much for a lavish burial. So true. Tesla's crashing? No! Don't keep crashing. I shouldn't have sold. All right, hold on. I had puts. I think they were for May 2nd. Okay. They still, I sold them for so much. I sold them for so fucking much. The puts, like, they're still, I could buy them back. I think they were May 2nd. Or was it was either May 2nd or May 9th. I think they were May 2nd. I had May 2nd puts on Tesla at 205. And I sold them for 1040. Do you want to buy puts? If you want to buy puts, SPY hit its algorithmic support at 510 and is still there for the rest of the day. If you want to get in now, I'm not telling you to do anything. Like, honestly, I have no idea what the markets are going to do. Like, we have their crypto. At this point, it's like a crypto, how is crypto doing? Bitcoin's up. What? Trump could come out with some message today that makes it spike up, back up, so he could get his cronies some more money. Legitimately, you're crazy if you touch Tesla. It's likely to go zero this year, as it might go back to a $1 trillion valuation. You understand that I was shorting Tesla, right? I was shorting Tesla. When Tesla was like skyrocketing, I bought puts. And then last week when it crashed, I sold the puts and I held the puts for 1 day and made 60%. Nothing makes sense right now in the markets because as I said, it's like somebody comes to dinner and they put their finger on the table and they say, I'm going to cut my finger off. And you're just like, huh? Why? And then it's like, no, I'm not going to cut my finger off. I'm cutting it off. Oh, I'm not going to cut it off. I'm going to cut it off. And you're like, how do you react to that? How do you react to that? Like, the more the guy says he's going to do it, the more irrational, the louder he yells, like, the more you're like, wait a minute, this guy's a little bit unstable. And even if he doesn't cut his finger off, the fact that you had to sit with him for hours as he was screaming like a banshee about how he's going to cut his finger off is going to make you think he's maybe not the best investment vehicle. It's like, even if he doesn't actually go through with it, the reality of him screaming in your face he's going to do it makes you think he might not be a person that you want to invest your money and trust in. Look at this shit, dude. Bonds are going up. Again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, the bond rates are going up. This is not normal. Usually when the stock market crashes, people buy treasury bonds. But the stock market is crashing and bonds are going and are losing value. So that means that people are just leaving America. They're just selling out of America. If you were trying to hurt America, like if you were legitimately an enemy agent and you were trying to hurt America, you would do what Trump and Elon Musk are doing. Like, legitimately. I say this as a socialist. I'm not saying this. I'm saying this as like, America is a horrible imperialist country. But if you were trying to make it fail, you would do what they're doing. Okay, this is gold priced in dollars. New 50. This is an all-time high in gold price. Gold has never been this expensive in history. All the cranks that were like gold bugs who told you to buy like gold in 2008, they're fucking cooking. That's the thing that's really annoying. All the gold bug freaks who were like, I go, the US dollar is it's going to zero, and it's like, but then they voted for Donald Trump and made it true. The buy gold's ads on Fox News are actually paying off. Unintentionally, they didn't know. Silver is for the poors. Silver is for the poors. Yeah, silver is not all-time high. I wonder why gold is spiking so much more than silver. Did we find a bunch of silver or something? China warned against dumping U.S. bonds as retaliation for Trump tariffs. By who? Who's warning them? The concern is that China might dump its vast holdings of treasuries, even if that risked major side effects like racking up huge losses on its own portfolio and undermining its competitive against the U.S. by driving the yuan back up against the dollar. You know what I think is happening? I have no evidence of this, but looking at the foreign exchange markets, it feels like to me that China is selling bonds and buying like all sorts of the like smaller currencies. Like, I think they're buying like Swiss francs and yen and Australian dollars and things like that. I think they're not just buying like euros. They're not like switching dollars for euros. They're like buying all like currencies. How do I prove this theory? Like, as you can see, the US dollar is sagging against every currency. Wow, the euro is up. Euro is even up higher. The all-time high of the euro is like $1.57 a euro. So we're nowhere near the strongest the euro has ever been. But the euro has appreciated quite a bit since the election. They deflated the price of the lira to start a pan-Ottoman moment. Oh yeah, definitely. 2,000 tons of gold. China says new technology helped find largest deposits. The discovery of 2 large gold deposits could help China maintain its pace of gold production and prevent a decline in output. Scientists say they discovered 2 potentially record-smashing 1,000-ton gold deposits in central and northeastern China. China is the world's largest producer of gold ore, reaching an output of 377 tons last year, according to the China Gold Association. It is proven these deposits could become the largest in the world and even surpass the largest known gold deposit in South Africa. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to see if it can produce. I just legitimately, I don't even know how to react.
Our next guest warns that any move to oust Powell would upset the bond market and backfire.
Is she wall-eyed? Am I crazy, but her eyes are not looking at the same point? Am I crazy? Is it just like the way her eye makeup is looking, making her look that way, or am I crazy?
On the White House. Joining us now is Renaissance Macro Head of Economic Research, Neil Dutta. Welcome. It's good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
So what is the worst case scenario here?
I think we're already in the worst case scenario for the economy. I mean, whether Trump actually touches the stove and fires Powell, I mean, the legal ramifications of that aside, let's say he's able to actually replace him with someone that's more politically pliant. I don't know, Kevin Warsh. I mean, he's been playing footsie with him for God knows how many years.
Warsh is always hawkish, though.
Well, exactly. So if he named Warsh in Powell's place, that means he probably did so on the understanding that he would be dovish. And I think at this point, given how much he's attacking the Fed, it's an open question whether whoever he puts up is going to get confirmed by the Senate. Because, you know...
See, the problem, chat, the problem that we face is that what Donald Trump is doing is that he's making our savings worthless. So even if I were to like bet against the markets, I'd be betting in dollars. And like he's causing such, it's like I'll have wheelbarrows of cash of worthless dollars. Now, I guess that's cool. I could pay off my student loans, but like the dollars will be devalued tremendously. I really do need to consider buying, maybe I should buy some, maybe I, you know, the savings I do have, maybe I should move them out of the dollar and dollar denominated assets, because this is Weimar shit. This is actually Weimar shit. If Bernie Sanders was president, he wouldn't have done anything like this. Like, this is actually insane. And we're getting nothing for it. This is the worst part. We're getting nothing but $1 trillion Pentagon budgets. It's like Donald Trump took every bad decision the American political class makes and made it worse. You should have bought euros months ago when you were considering it. Procrastination is by far your biggest flaw. So true. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. If I had like a lower dopamine floor, like if maybe I should get on amphetamines. I mean, like, you know, ADHD meds. Because like, I swear to God, I've seen this coming so much. Do not. Why not? Like, I mean, like, go to a psychiatrist to get diagnosed with ADHD and then get prescribed meds.
Generally speaking, Senate Republicans care much more about the Fed's independence. I mean, that's ultimately who the Fed reports into.
But I'm not going to do that because I'm going to procrastinate it. So I'm not going to get the cure because I'm going to procrastinate getting my cure.
Congress, they care much more.
Makes you more irritable? Oh, I can't take that. I can't take that. I absolutely cannot take that. No. I I absolutely can't take that. If I became more irritable, nah, dude, that's not. No. I'm already max. It makes you irritable and thought loop like crazy. Oh no, I can't do that. Oh no. Oh no. I should definitely not take that. It's like, if I didn't procrastinate and I became more irritable, it would be like this. Like, this would be the outcome. No, I can't do that. No. I can't do that. I started an extended release Adderall prescription 4 months ago, and I've been way more productive, way less apt to procrastinate, and to not have been any more irritable. I would say give it a shot. You can always stop taking it. So true. Yeah, but like, if I didn't procrastinate and I was more irritable, like, do you want me to be more productive?
About the Fed's independence than Trump does. So, and I think the bigger risk is, look, Powell's not chair, but he stays on. Remember, his term as governor doesn't end next year. How's that going to look? So you can see a revolt within the Fed itself.
Gold at record high.
And if the person is viewed to be politically pliant, so it could be something that backfires on Trump spectacularly and would keep longer-term interest rates even higher than they otherwise are at the moment.
And Powell himself can stay on the committee for another 2 years?
That's right. His term's not up until January 2028.
Right, as governor. So, okay. So let's say he doesn't do this. Let's say he's just threatening, like we saw in Trump 1.0, right, and complaining about the policy. Do you think there's any case for these?
What is Trump even saying he wants? Like that's the thing that does not even make sense. Like, he's like, lower the interest rates. He just wants low interest rates. Like, what exactly is he trying to achieve? He just wants lower interest rates, so we have lower interest rates. Like, we're worried about inflation because you're doing tariffs. So you're going to put us into like overdrive inflation. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Preemptive interest rate cuts?
I think they'd have much more sort of intellectual standing if they weren't complaining about the cuts last year, right? I mean, it's sort of mismatch of what they've been saying. I mean, every good data point, oh, that's us. Every bad data point, it's Biden. I mean, the truth is that the administration did inherit a deeply imbalanced economy. Housing was frozen. Labor markets were frozen. But if that was the case, then you shouldn't have had your advisors complaining about rate cuts at the end of last year in the first place. So I think, you know, it's a little rich at this point. So
the outlook was much better last year than it is now.
The thing you have to understand about Donald Trump, and this is true of Donald Trump, and it's really like, actually, like, listen, I have a lot of criticisms about the American political class, but Donald Trump is actually a fascist fuck, in the sense that he only wants things that are good for him. He has absolutely no interest whatsoever in stewarding this country, right? He's not even really trying to serve the interests of the donor class. He's just trying to serve his own personal interest. Like, normally the corruption in America is bad because we have a connected donor class of special interests that donate money to politicians and make them pick suboptimal policy positions for the average American, but hyper concentrate the benefits in these like donor class elite categories, right? But there's a few things that they don't touch because they recognize that it's a kind of like font of American power, right? Like being the global reserve currency is an incredibly powerful thing. It's like, it's more important to America's strength than our nuclear stockpile. Okay. The fact that everybody needs dollars for international trade means that we get to run infinite trade deficits forever, and it's subsidized by the rest of the world. Like, you get to consume a lot more shit cheaper because of the global reserve currency. That is the effect of the global reserve currency. So if the United States of America is dethroned from global reserve currency status, you will not be able to have a bullshit job anymore. You will not be able to consume so cheaply. That means that the economy of America needs to start producing more valuable shit that people want to buy with their money in order for you to be able to consume. So this will just fundamentally mean we're not getting as much lumber from Canada, right? Because they don't need dollars anymore. So they have to want to sell us that in exchange for something we're sending Canada. What the fuck are we selling to Canada? Like, this is what you don't seem to understand, is if he actually smashes the dollar as a global reserve currency, America is over. I think our economy might crash 40% from where it is now. Like, there is absolute depression level. And by the way, for the average everyday person, if you don't own anything, I mean, it's just going to mean that you can't afford to buy shit at the store too. It doesn't mean you're suddenly going to have a good life. It just means you can't afford a house, and you can't get a job, and you can also not buy anything at the store. This is not like, oh, yay, awesome for us. I would love an asset crash. It's also an economy is your life fucking sucks. And what Bernie Sanders was the alternative. This is the thing that's fucking crazy. The Bernie Sanders alternative was the rich pay slightly higher taxes. We cut the defense budget by we cut the defense budget by like 20%, and we use the money that we spend in the government to build up American infrastructure, invest in green technology, have America be the center of green production and green technology for the world. Have the United States invest in high-speed rail, have the United States rebuild our water systems, build things like massive aqueducts and desalination plants, and like invest in a 21st century economy, free college, free trade school, union jobs. And we said, fuck you, Bernie. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. We don't want no free healthcare. We want this chimp. I would call Donald Trump an orangutan, but honestly, legitimately, I like orangutans. Orangutans are one of my favorite animals. Orangutans are empathetic and gentle and cool. How the fuck do we do that without calling revolutionary potential? I mean, listen, if you want a revolution, a depression is certainly going to put a lot of people in such distress that they're open to it. Accelerationists, fucking in, because this is what's happening.
Was it? I don't know that
we didn't have the tariffs.
Well, so in other words, he's making it worse with higher inflation. Okay, I mean, so that's sort of the heads I win, tails you lose argument that the markets clearly don't buy. So, you know, look, I mean, I think the economy was bound to slow down this year. No.
Oh my God. Kraft Heinz is the good. This is what we call recession indicator. Recession indicator is whatever you see Kraft Foods doing well. This is a recession indicator because what they're saying is people are going to be so poor, they're going to be buying canned fucking food.
No matter what. So I agree with that. They were dealt a pretty weak hand, and they've taken that hand and made it worse.
So what do you think it means for the economy now?
I think we're jumping into recession. You never just glide in. We're going into it right now. I think you'll see housing continue to slow down given the elevated interest rate outlook. So new home sales probably slow down. Investment spending is likely going to drop meaningfully. I mean, you're already seeing that across a range of surveys. And I think employment will be the next thing that...
This is what finance websites are putting out right now. Is Kraft Heinz Company the best packaged food stock to buy now? Oh, no. Are consumer staples a safe haven amid market uncertainty? The analysts iterated that in the majority of recent recessions, consumer staples have historically outperformed the S&P 500 as a sector. This trend points toward a defensive edge for the sector. However, the analysts also caution that current market conditions, including weak volume growth and lingering high prices, should be considered as they may affect the sector's resilience in a future downturn. Packaged food, beverages, household and personal care, and tobacco. Oh, Lord. We are going... This is like depression shit.
That moderates. Job finding rates have collapsed. Quits rates are collapsing. I mean, this is... It's not a good situation. So, I don't like playing this sort of ridiculous game about 50% chance over the next 12 months. I mean, we're in it. Mm-hmm. We're in it. And the only way this is going to stop is, basically some kind of policy shift, either from the White House or the Fed. But keep in mind that the Fed doesn't really have the tools to offset a trade war. Think about the areas of the economy that the trade war affects the most. It's things like consumer durable goods. It's things like housing. These are industries that are actually quite affected by tariffs in the first place. So it remains to be seen how much rate cuts can actually, stem the bleeding in those areas.
If there were a reversal of policy, to whatever degree, do you think consumers would automatically then revert to prior behavior?
No, I think once the confidence genie's out of the bottle, it's really tough to put it back in. That's sort of where, I mean, remember, this is never a on and off switch with the president. It's a dial. So if he turns off the heat one week, I mean, it could be turned back on another week. So that kind of keeps this uncertainty situation roiling the markets, I think, for the foreseeable future.
Our next guest cut his price target.
Do you think Trump will start cooking the books for inflation, GDP to make things look better? If they start doing that, that'll actually collapse the country. Like, actually. Like, if they make the data completely unreliable, then people will not invest, because how do you know that anything's going on? Like, you're just investing in a scam then. Like, once you know somebody lies to you about their economic performance, you don't give them money anymore because they're scamming you. And there are other places in the world that are nice. Like, the United States of America is not the only country in the world. Like, sure, it's the most wealthy and it's the most powerful single state. There's a lot of other places where they don't cook the fucking books and people are normal. And there's a lot of exciting places where there's growth potential. Like, people will just take their money out and put it somewhere else because they don't want this fucking clown to lose them their money. I mean, it's not that complicated. And like, I think today, what could you even say? What could you even say? They're crashing the fucking economy. Dollar General's doing well.
It's hard to find reliable winners these days. But when you're looking at what's working, you know what? There's some really surprising names here. Do you know the best performing stock in the S&P 500 this year is CVS, up more than 53%? Meanwhile, Dollar General's in the top 25.
Guys, Dollar General and CVS, the most depressing stores at the fucking strip mall. The places that when you're going there, you have a slight frown on your face are the top, or a big frown, are the top performing stock. Like, when's the last time you went to CVS and were like, yay, I love CVS? When's the last time you went to Dollar General and like, things are going well for me? Every time I go to CVS or Dollar General, I have a frown. It's a bad time. It's like, I have a headache. You know, we have to block, you know, we need to spend the $50, if you know what I'm saying. You know, nobody likes to drop that $50, but it is what it is. Okay, it's cheaper than waiting. If you know, if those who know what I'm talking about. But it's just it has that weird. CVS has that like spilled cough syrup smell. You know what I mean? Like when you go into CVS and you have that like spilled cough syrup smell. You know what I'm talking about? And you're just like, this place sucks. This fucking sucks. It blows. Like things are going poorly or you just got like, you just had like a fucking, you know, you just got a crown or a root canal and you're going to get your like painkillers or like, you know, you're just feeling under the weather. It's always a bad time. So the best performing stock market are Dollar General and CVS Health. We are fucked.
More than 17% for the year? All right, so what does CVS and Dollar General have in common? They were among the worst performers in the S&P last year, down 43% and 44% respectively. Even coming into 2025, both companies...
This is like watching an Ethan Klein stream with all the inappropriate soundboards and like unhinged soundboard shit. Like, as I'm watching this, I can only think one thing. I'm like, this is wild. It's so wild. And also, I don't know why, but this is popping in my head.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
Right? So,
chat, Mike is
that's
right.
Just the way it is.
Mike is right.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Were supposed to be in such terrible shape that no one wanted them. Things got so bad at CVS last year that the company ousted its CEO, Karen Lynch, in October. The front of the...
Oh, they had a female CEO? Oh, boy. You want to know what's another... Okay, this is not sexist. It's actually woke. All right? Before you all start getting mad, I'm about to explain something. It's going to sound sexist, but it's actually extremely woke. So just let me finish before you start canceling me on your Splinter Discord, okay? Before you start canceling me in the chats, let me finish. Whenever a company hires a female CEO, you should sell that company. Listen, this is not me being sexist, okay? This is not me being sexist and saying women can't be leaders. This is a phenomenon known as the glass cliff. Companies hire women to distract from the fact that they're fucking up. Okay, this is a well-studied phenomenon called the glass cliff. When things are going bad, they hire women, like they break this, they break the glass ceiling, right, so that women can take the fall. And this is a well-studied phenomenon in feminism, bitch. I'm more feminist than you. You didn't know the glass cliff? I'm even more feminist than you are. You tried to cancel me? Whoops. Call an ambulance for you, not for me. You're the sexist. You didn't even know glass cliff. The term was coined in 2005 by British professors Michelle K. Ryan and Alexander Haslam of the University of Exeter, United Kingdom. In a study, Ryan and Haslam examined the performance of FTSE 100 companies before and after the appointment of new board members and found that companies that appointed women to their boards were likelier than others to have experienced consistently bad performance in the preceding 5 months. Okay? It wasn't like they hired women and then they started doing badly. They were doing badly, so they hired women to cover it up. They hired women in order to distract from it. Okay? They hired women so that, you know, there would be some sort of like positive media coverage of their company to distract from the fact that they were fucking things up. So if you are looking at a company and they suddenly start hiring a bunch of women in the senior executive positions, it's because they're trying to distract you from the fact the company's gonna fail.
The store part of their business was sluggish.
Like, you were 100% right. NFL teams that are in awful situations will hire minority coaches and basically set them up with all intentions of having them fail. Very true. The only woke company, the only woke team in the NFL is the Steelers. The Steelers are the woke team. The Steelers created this rule called the Rooney Rule, where you have to interview at least one black head coach. Because in the NFL, there's like, It's such a Southern plantation company. It's so Southern conservative, racist, and horrible. And they hired Mike Tomlin, and Mike Tomlin is like, I would consider him a pretty damn good coach. Hall of Fame coach. He consistently puts in winning seasons. He consistently gets to the playoffs with mediocre teams. He's won the Super Bowl. Like, you know, he's been to the Super Bowl. Like, Mike Tomlin, I would call, he's a Hall of Fame coach. And I have my disagreements, you know. I think he's had some problems with coordinators over the years, but he's just solid as fuck. It's not the Rodney rule. I said it was the Rooney rule for the team's owners, who, by the way, very funnily enough, chat, if you want to learn, this is also a little side note. Do you know how people become ambassadors to other countries? There's two types of ambassadors that we have in our country. We have ambassadors who are professional diplomats, and then we have ambassadors who are just rich people who gave a lot of money to the presidential candidate. So if your country is somewhere where somebody would want to take a vacation, you have a donor diplomat. If you're in a country that you wouldn't want to take a vacation to, it's a professional diplomat. So the Rooneys, who are the owner of the Steelers, he became ambassador to Ireland because he gave a lot of money to Obama. The Steelers, the Rooneys were really big Obama bots. So he became ambassador to Ireland. Rooney is obviously an Irish lineage, Irish name, you know.
The pandemic era boom had long faded away as the COVID vaccine business dwindled, traffic slowed. At the same time, everything's locked up in the drugstores. An associate has to be found to open them, so the ultra-convenient Amazon has been eating their lunch.
Yeah, don't say.
But the biggest challenge for CVS was their Aetna health insurance business. Like a few others in the industry, Aetna mispriced its Medicare Advantage plans and ended up with much higher than expected medical costs. Last August, the old CEO fired the head of Aetna and vowed to personally oversee the unit going forward, but she never got the chance because she was pushed out a couple of months later, replaced by a fellow by the name of David Joyner, who previously ran CVS's pharmacy benefit.
See what I mean? And also, where are they making money? From health insurance scams. Oh my God. They're taking money from the Medicare. Everything is a fucking Ponzi scheme. This country is a country of Ponzi schemes. We don't produce anything. It's just scams and fees and subscriptions and bullshit. It's so disgusting how people are constantly just trying to find out new ways to milk you. You know what I mean, chat? It's like they're sitting there, they produce only 3 hours of political content, and then they turn to their audience and they're like, if you really enjoy this content, then you should subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you could attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. You could use that to subscribe to me right now. And it's like taking $2.50 out of Jeff Bezos's pocket and putting it directly into mine. Like every time someone uses a Prime, you are pickpocketing Jeff Bezos and then giving me the money. Would you pickpocket Jeff Bezos for $2.50 by pushing one button right now? I know I would. So if you have an Amazon Prime and you're not currently subscribed, use it. Use your Prime right now. Take that money from Jeff Bezos. Give it to me. Do redistribution of wealth. Like, what are you doing? You have the opportunity to steal money from Jeff Bezos and you're not doing it. He won't even notice. He won't even fucking notice. You could also support the stream by gifting subs. There's a lot of people here working paycheck to paycheck, parents of young children, college students, people on a fixed income because of retirement or disability, or just people struggling to make ends meet. And when you give subs, those are the people you're helping. And not only are you helping those people, you're also boosting me in the algorithm, chat. Boosting me in the algorithm. Isn't that incredible?
Goolsby joins us now, Chicago Federal Reserve President Austin. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, so if you want to know what's going on right now, chat, Pope Francis died, the stock market is crashing, and I'm not talking about Ethan Klein. This stream, other than some light shit talk, I have not been talking about Ethan Klein. It's been an Ethan Klein free day. You're welcome. Are you going to reward me? Or do you want me to do more drama slop? You want me to make fun of Ethan Klein's like new meltdown, which is somebody sent me a skull, which, by the way, chat, he's a liar. Okay, Ethan Klein is a liar. There, I said it. He's a fucking liar. Maybe he has a skull that was sent to him, but you know, you could just like call the company. The human skulls are not easy to get. So, you know, maybe you should investigate the person who did it instead of crying on Twitter. Like, Jesus Christ, like, find out who sent you that and stop blaming random people that have nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. Hassan had nothing to do with it. Dennis had nothing to do with it. Stop putting our names in your fucking mouth for shit we had nothing to do with. Anyway, let's keep going.
See you, Steve.
So I don't know if you were listening to the last two guests. You got to be listening to Squawk to pay attention to what's going on in the world today. We had Jeremy Siegel on arguing that the market-based surveys of inflation are down or negative, and you can cut all you want. It's not exactly what he said. But then we just had a gentleman on who's making screws and fasteners and all kinds of things, raising his price
Song
because
about
of the
Ethan,
tariff.
very funny. Ugh. I might have to play this at some point, but I'm just saying, we're talking about real shit here. I would like to return to talking about politics and not Ethan fucking Klein. Can we not have an infinite Ethan Klein drama cycle? Like, I mean, like, Ethan Klein is fucking useless. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Like, my God. He tried his hardest to hurt us. We fought back. He got owned. The content cop doubled the content nuke. Like, I'm sure I'm going to talk about him again this week because how can I not? I have to fucking get the drama slop of viewers, right? Like, I'm not going to say no to milking Ethan. I'm going to milk Ethan. I want you to understand something, chat. I'm going to milk Ethan so that I get more viewers. And that's that. That's the only reason I'm talking about Ethan Klein at this point. Talk about Ethan Klein because I'm milking him and I'm growing my channel. He is a lol cow. That's it. We are milking him for clout. We're milking him for money. He doesn't care about anything. He's not a political commentator. He's just a dumb failed comedian. And the only reason he's famous is because he made a very shitty YouTube video 10 fucking years ago. If he's gonna let us grow from making fun of him, and then I could talk to people about socialism and Medicare for all and AOC's political campaign and pushing the, you know, talking about what China has done correctly or building high-speed rail or whatever the fuck else, I'm gonna do it. But I want you to know it is a calculated decision for my own benefit because it is what it is. Clout is clout. All right. Please stop saying you're milking him. Okay. Yeah. I mean, not sexually. Come on. Like a lol cow.
So tell me how you balance this as a policymaker, this idea there is not really long-term expectations out of control, but you have people...
He never stopped thinking he was the judge of the internet. He huffed his own farts and read, "You are amazing." I mean, yeah, that's what's so weird. Like, why does Ethan Klein, and you got me talking about him. How the fuck does he think he's in charge of anything?
Raising prices. What's the right call on policy in that context?
I saw both the segments, and the fastener Dan, he's more like my people out here in the 7th District, which is heart of the Midwest and where the manufacturers are. I think that highlights the dynamic that we've got short-run expectations about inflation going up, and people are expressing fear that we're going back to a kind of a 21 or 22 environment where prices are getting too high and inflation is starting to rage a little out of control. But the
chat, we are just 13 subs away from the sub goal. So if you enjoyed this content, please consider supporting it by subscribing. Everybody bend the knee to our gifters. Core Space, Wooly69 gave out 20. Gray Goat 86 gave out 5. Let's get some bending knees for our gifters. You guys are the best. Thank you everybody for all the primes as well.
Core long-run expectations not rising, at least in the market variance. I think that's a very important fact. And if you listened closely to what Dan was saying about the fasteners, there was a lot to like about it, in the sense that he was talking about substitutability and adjustment and ways that they could redo the supply chain to get away from some of the worst impacts of the tariff. The more action like that takes place in the private sector, the less impactful tariffs would be on disrupting the supply chain.
So can you cut preemptively to address potential economic weakness?
Look, everything's always on the table, as I say. It's a huge table. But the Fed is supposed to be the steady hand here. What we need to do is look through, get the through line and where are things going to be let's call it after the 90-day pause and going through the year. Tariffs are one input. They're one shock that happens to the economy, but conditions change all the time. We've got the productivity growth rate has been surprisingly and lovely, in a lovely way, been very strong for a couple of years. I would definitely want us to get a bead on whether tariffs or supply chain disruptions are affecting productivity growth. And we just need to see. Most of the U.S. economy is domestically driven, as you know. At the end of the day, imported goods are only 11% of GDP. So unless it jumps out of just its own 11% lane, the impact of tariffs on the macroeconomy could potentially be modest. Now, when I'm out here in the Midwest and we at the Chicago Fed are talking to people, we're the most affected district by tariffs because we're the most manufacturing oriented. Folks have been saying for months that they were nervous about what potential impact would be if the tariffs were too big, that it would kind of throw us back to the 21-22 period or even back to the COVID supply disruptions. I kind of think the through line is we've got to get our way through this. You know, out here, if the storm signal goes off,
don't they account for healthcare, rent, and other other BS not-producing sectors as part of GDP? Of course they do.
People know go down in the basement and wait it out, and that's kind of writ large onto the economy. That wait it out impulse is the thing that we've just got to get through to figure out what to do.
Austin, the dollar has been a little weaker, bonds a little weaker as well. Does it matter that the president is talking about the potential to terminate the Fed chair?
Look, I'm not going to get into the discussion on that. I know the secretary, I agree with the Secretary of the Treasury when he said Fed independence is a jewel box that we don't want to mess with. All economists, I've been at the Fed for a little over 2 years. Before I was ever at the Fed, I would tell you, economists are...
Why is Trump so obsessed with lowering interest rates? Because the answer is you can't do any development if interest rates are... Like, the higher interest rates are, the more difficult it is to start a business. The more difficult it is to successfully build anything or invest in anything or do anything, right? Because if you have high interest rates, that means that I can take my money and I can put it in a bank account. I can buy a federal treasury bond with basically no risk and get a steady rate of return. Am I going to loan you money so you could like build an apartment building or something? There's all sorts of shit that could go wrong with that, right? So if I could just park my money in a treasury bond and never have to worry about any kind of economic recession or fluctuation or failure of a business, then I'm going to do that. So in order for an apartment to like pencil out, as an example, you have to charge higher rents. Well, what if people can't afford the higher rents? Well, then it is what it is. It just doesn't make sense as an economic decision. And so the building is not built. But if interest rates are low and I get 0.1% in my savings account instead of 5%, well, then I might invest in your apartment building that returns 4%, right? And that's the situation we're in. Is high interest rates are creating a situation where we have high prices in assets, but we also have high interest rates, so nobody can do anything. Everything's stuck because things just don't make sense to do. And so he wants to see interest rates decline so that building is more viable. Reality is raising tariffs and lowering interest rates at the same time is going to cause mega inflation because people are, where prices are going to increase because of the tariffs. That's what tariffs do. They're just a sales tax, right? And the United States overwhelmingly imports most of its, like a lot of it is of its domestically consumed goods. So you're putting a massive tax increase on everything, which means prices are going up, and then the inputs of things are also having their prices go up. So, if you import steel and you make a product from that steel, products, costs are going up. So you're going to pass that on. That's going to raise prices. So people across the board are going to be paying higher prices on imported goods, and they're going to be paying higher prices on domestically produced goods, which means you're going to have less money to buy shit, which means you're going to buy less shit overall. So the overall level of the economy is going to be going down because they're also cutting government spending. So not only are they raising taxes, not only are they increasing inflation and prices, they're also lowering government spending. So the government is no longer stimulating the economy. So everything is going to fucking crash. And we're going to be in a situation where prices are going up while the economy is also crashing. Congratulations. That's called stagflation.
Basically unanimous that Fed independence is critically important. And to see why, just look at the countries where they don't have Fed independence. Inflation is higher, unemployment is higher, growth is worse. So I think there's a lot of back and forth.
Wait, is this actually true?
Outside the purview of what the Fed, in my opinion, should be doing is...
Have the Chinese indicated they are going to take Tesla assets in China? Have they actually done that? Or is this just pamphlets brog just fucking trolling? That sounds like fake news to me. I don't think China would do that because I think they don't want people to like panic.
Following its legal mandate, stabilize prices, maximize employment, and it is the conditions that determine what Fed action are, not anything else.
Mr. President, the recent numbers that if I just were to immediately say, wow, this number matters, it looks to me like inflation is less of a worry right now than a slowdown. Tariffs can cause both. I'm more worried about tariffs causing uncertainty, which becomes self-fulfilling with corporations, and that we really get a possibility of a slowdown. I don't know about a recession. And then on the inflation side, it just seems like a one-shot deal unless there's...
NPR reports that it has learned that the White House has begun the search for a new Secretary of Defense. Wow. I can't believe the guy who doesn't wash his hands, it is covered in racist tattoos, and was a major failure fuck, and his main job has been ranting on fucking Fox News morning shows, was not ready to handle the Pentagon. Honestly, as I said before, if you were trying to destroy America, the Donald Trump administration is definitely it.
We get into a tit for tat. It's the second derivative. It's not like the inflation we had 3 years ago. It's not the same. So I think the risks are not equal now for the dual mandate. And that's why I think you believe this in your heart. It'd be nice to preempt the slowdown because these last inflation numbers we got were pretty tame.
I don't know if I didn't have my coffee or what happened. But most of what you said, Joe, I totally agreed with.
That's what I mean.
I don't know what's happening to me.
Hegseth said to have shared attack details in second signal chat. The defense secretary sent sensitive information about strikes in Yemen to an encrypted group chat that included his wife and brother. By the way, chat, the Houthis have now shot down 25 Reaper drones. Yemen's Houthi rebels aired footage on Friday showing the debris of an American MQ-9 Reaper drone. I think they're like 40 million. 30 million. Okay, 30 million. According to the AI response. Yeah, it's 33 million according to Wikipedia. But the AF.mil says 56 million. So I don't fucking know. We're learning why we don't have healthcare. It's so that we can buy drones that don't work so they get shot down by the poorest country in the world. That's why you don't have healthcare. That's why Asmongold is bleeding out of his gums.
Because you are MAGA Austin now.
So look, I
saw
agree
that.
that
I saw
if
that.
you
I don't give a
get
shit.
into the difficult part of a scenario for a central bank is if both sides of the mandate start going wrong at the same time.
Right.
If
but I think
the inflation
what's
side
more
does
likely?
not start going wrong, then
what's more likely right now? Seems like the slowdown is a bigger risk to me.
The tariffs have made inflation a certainty. Unless he withdraws the tariffs, inflation is a certainty. A certainty. It is a fact of life. You just said we're going to raise prices on this large section of goods in the economy, and we're going to do it by a lot. That is uncertainty. Inflation will occur unless those tariffs are completely withdrawn. And even if they aren't, they're already going to happen. Because guess what's happening, chat? China is stopping shipments like companies are canceling orders. Like there's going to be price increases because there's going to be a shortage of goods. That's going to happen. Like it's already baked in. We're going to have that. Even if Trump turns around and just totally caves, we're having it. We're having a recession. We're having inflation. It's too late. It's too fucking late. What's he going to do? Become Bernie Sanders tomorrow and declare he's going to do $5 trillion in spending on the Green New Deal? No, it's fucking over. People are losing their jobs. The economy is going to go down. We're going to see prices go up. That's what Donald Trump has done. It's happened. It's already happened. You just haven't seen it yet. It's like somebody fired a bullet at you and you don't even know. It's in the air. It's aimed at your heart and it's too late to react. You just haven't felt your chest explode yet, but it's on the way.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal.
This is a clown show. We are in a clown show. This is a clown show. Can you take, like, listen, I don't care if you're Catholic or not. If you're the president of the United States and a major religious figure has died and you're expressing the country's condolences, can you make the guy in the stupid fucking bodysuit stand on the other side of the fucking balcony for a couple minutes? What the fuck are you doing? This is a Veep sketch.
Flags and state flags at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to.
For my entire life, I really valued being smart and educated and informed, and I cared about public policy. I'm a policy wonk. I studied this shit. I've wrote reports on how big zoning laws and I helped write a conservatorship law, which helps communities reclaim blighted properties that are abandoned. I have worked at Committee of Urban Affairs. I've run campaigns. I was a politician myself. I wrote policy papers and white papers and memos, and I thought deeply about public policy, and I studied history, and I read books, and I went to 7 years of post-secondary education, and I'm credentialed, and I did all this shit. And this dumb motherfucker cannot get out a single coherent sentence that conveys information. He cannot say a sentence that actually contains a piece of information that I already did not know. It is all worthless bullshit. Listen to the way he describes the recently deceased Pope. He doesn't even say, like, he was a Jesuit and a scholar, and he showed that the papacy is not all about pomp and circumstance, but about ministering to others. That's what I can say right now. I just made it up. I made it up. He returned Christianity to its more simple roots, and he disdained the pomp and the jewels and the gold. He's the opposite of me, the fucking slumlord from Queens. But for the love of God, can you say anything of human value? Anything. He is fucking worthless. If you like Donald Trump, you're a subhuman. You are a sub-fucking human. Period. Dot. I don't consider you a human being. If you like this man, you are not a human being. I deny you your humanity. You are a cockroach. He is subnormal. He is dumb as fuck. I'm tired of listening to his dumb fucking ass. He's not even funny anymore. He's stupid. You're stupid for liking him. He's an evil little twerp, whining, broken-dicked little fuck. Anyway, I'm done. Let's keep going. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I'm just like, I just look at you and I'm just like, you're a fucking loser. I just have contempt. It's not even anger. It's just contempt. You're a contemptuous little disgusting rat. It's like walking into a room and seeing a pile of dog turds on the floor. That's what it's like. I'm not even mad. I'm just like, it's like, what is this? You are not even a human fucking being if you like this guy. And he's not even a good sadist. He's not even a good bully. Like, he is dime store.
An honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some band. I've heard this band actually indirectly for 4 years and very directly now for 4.5. And I like the direct method even better. But the Marine Corps band is very, very special. Thank you very much. What a great job. Thank you.
What are you clapping? What the fuck are you clapping? What the fuck are you clapping? This is like going to a kindergarten level recital and politely clapping because the children are trying. Why the fuck are you clapping? Like, I understand why you clap for the kindergartners, because they're cute. They're little kids. They're trying to do the thing. Isn't that cute? Wow, that's so cute. What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I legitimately am losing my mind because of how dumb these people are. And the fact that the left is even struggling with these people, like, it's making me fucking violent, mentally violent. People side with these people. My enemies are Ethan Klein and Asmongold and Donald Trump supporters and Hakeem Jeffries likers and Kamala Harris enjoyers. Like, I have the worst enemies in the world. Like, how do you people exist? How do you people exist? Like, legitimately, do you not just take a moment? Do you never listen, sit in silence? Do you like and just consider your life? You like Chuck Schumer. You like Ethan Klein. You like Donald Trump. You like Asmongold. Do you never have a moment of like self-reflection ever? Do you ever just think like, okay, maybe these people kind of suck. Maybe this is kind of embarrassing. How do I reach you? How do I help you? You like Destiny? You like Vash? Like what is this? What, like, how do you exist? How do you live? How do you exist? I do not understand it. I'm not saying you have to like me. Maybe I'm not your cup of tea. But look at these fucking people. Like, look at my enemies. Look at my enemies. Can I just take a moment and just draw attention to the fact that these are the people who don't like me? And they all are shit. They're all so pathetic and subnormal. I'm not even saying that I'm that great, but at least I'm a human fucking being. Like, Jesus Christ.
I know you know a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. He's going to be joining us on the roundtable, and he is pursuing this effort to unseat some Democrats in safe seats through primary challenges. He's talked about a culture of seniority politics that is not working for the party. He said, quote, "We need a better Democratic Party and need to get rid of the Democrats in safe seats who do not understand what is at stake now, who are asleep at the wheel, not meeting the moment, and are a liability now into the future of our party." What's your response to this idea of targeting some of your Democratic incumbents?
Well, I look forward to standing behind every single Democratic incumbent, from the most progressive to the most centrist and all points in between. They're working hard in their communities, rising to the occasion. This past week, we had, of course, Medicaid Matters Day of Action, a Safe Social Security Day of Action, and we have to continue to do all of the things. Rallies, town hall meetings in Democratic districts, town hall meetings in Republican districts, days of action.
By the way, chat, I want you to understand how good my analysis is. Okay, I'm patting myself on the back, and this is insufferable, and I understand that. So if you don't like people patting themselves on the back, I apologize. But the only way to differentiate yourself on the internet is to show people that you know what you're doing. I have been calling this guy a fucking fraud and a loser for the longest time. Like, you can just search my Twitter and you'll see that I was completely correct again about Hakeem Jeffries. Just search it. Just go Hakeem Jeffries, Mike from PA, not complicated. Hakeem Jeffries is just as corrupt as his close ally Eric Adams. This is Hakeem Jeffries we've all been waiting for. There isn't a corrupt lobby he won't bow down to. Just a total corrupt scumbag. I keep seeing the take that Hakeem Jeffries has the same policies as Bernie, but for some reason he hates the left. Here's a hint. He doesn't actually have the same politics as Bernie. If you want to know where the Democratic Party is going under Hakeem Jeffries, this will tell you: to the far right. She's 100% grooming arch anti-progressive Hakeem Jeffries to take her spot. The man is fully dedicated to destroying the left and the Democratic Party. Could be clearer. This man needs primaried out in New York, January 10th, 2021. I was right. This is Leslie Stahl bringing up AOC. And I said, she's going to pick Hakeem Jeffries because he's anti-left wing. And guess what? She picked Hakeem Jeffries, and it was in response to anti-AOC shit. My analysis is dead fucking accurate and has always been dead accurate. And I knew Hakeem Jeffries was dog shit. And I knew that his entire reason for existing was to be a baton pass for the centrist do-nothing Democrats who are more concerned with stopping Bernie Sanders and stopping AOC and preventing young people from taking over the party. And the reason why we should primary people in safe blue districts that are conservative is because those are the people that block us from accomplishing anything. Okay, it is not people on the fringes that are voting against it. It's Josh Gottheimer in a safe blue district. He's the one who's going out there and voting against shit. These are the people that stop us from achieving even moderate change. It is not. So it is these elderly fucks in deep blue seats that have corrupt political machines where they take money from AIPAC and they take money from Republicans and they use it to pump up their name recognition, and they have these districts that are 90% Democrat. Why the fuck do you have right-wing Democrats and the most Democratic seats? It's because of the logic that conservative donors know. I'll find the most conservative Democrat in that district and give them a bunch of money so they block Democrat policies. I mean, Joe Biden himself is one of those guys. Progressives need to do everything in their power to stop Hakeem Jeffries. He's legitimately the most dangerous politician in America after Trump, November 10th, 2022. Hakeem Jeffries has always been a Fox-aggressive fraud that took massive lobbyist checks from Wall Street and AIPAC. Most of his career was targeting progressives in New York and backing up the right. I don't know why I'm starting to get Hassan tweets in this Hakeem Jeffries search, but okay. I don't know why Hakeem and Hassan are the same results, but okay. Okay, Twitter. I see you. Anyway, long story short, we're all gonna die.
It might be, but then it's also about magnitude. So if you started to see inflation going wrong and unemployment going wrong, let's say, right. A, you would want to know how long is it going to last, and B, you would want to know, well, how much is it getting out of whack on one versus the other. If it was a theoretically pure tariff, let's call it, one-time increase in the price, no retaliation, no follow-up increases, very little in the way of supply chain disruption, then I agree with you. That's a transitory inflation shock. And I've been saying for a long time, if you could just keep it kind of in its lane, most of the U.S. economy is domestically driven, is not dependent on tariffs. I think our uncertainties at this moment, and why for me personally, when I hear Jeremy saying preemptive cuts, we're getting announced retaliation. We're talking about revisiting the tariffs in 90 days, and we don't know what the impact on the supply chain is going to be. So I think we want to be a little more the steady hand and trying to figure out the through line before we're jumping to action.
Austin, you point out that your district is the one that is the manufacturing hub of the United States. You feel these things more deeply. Do you think that the tariffs can do what the president has laid out as a goal, which is to reinvigorate manufacturing, particularly in the Midwest? Do you see that happening?
That's a longer run effort, and I applaud the effort that if we're going to increase manufacturing, it partly depends how this negotiation chain with other countries is going to go. You saw the Secretary of the Treasury say that he thought, and when this period was over, it was going to reintroduce, he called it the golden age of global trade. If on the back end of this we got new agreements and the productivity growth remained high, I think you could see a...
Oh my God, this is... Oh, okay. I legitimately am going to... I mean, like, here we are from 3 years ago. Hakeem Jeffries is the ultimate machine politician. Is that right? And he's not Team Blue. No. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He is a centrist corporate machine. Now, he said he gestures towards progressive policy while doing everything he can behind the scenes to defeat the left and targeting AOC. Complete trash. House Dems launch PAC to fight progressive primary challengers. Its founders are among the top fundraisers from corporate PACs and the House Democratic Caucus. Progressive Democrats notched a couple more primary wins last cycle in U.S. House contests, with Representative Jamal Bowman of New York and Cory Bush of Missouri defeating longtime incumbents.
Yeah, like,
and by the way, they targeted Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush with what? AIPAC money. Like, again, but the thing is, like, just knowing what's going to happen doesn't change anything, right? Like, I saw, for example, that Kamala Harris was going to lose, right? And I told you exactly why. And the thing is, my analysis wasn't even that hard to see. If you were just being sober and clear-minded, it's like, yes, the Muslim and Arab populations in Michigan are going to be fucking pissed about the Gaza genocide and the fact that she will, you know, separate herself from Biden. That was straightforwardly obvious, and it ended up being true. With some districts swung 116 points, 116% toward Donald Trump. People were trying to claim that it wasn't a real thing. Oh, don't worry about it. The Muslims aren't going to vote against the Democrats on this issue. Guess what? They fucking did. There were districts where Kamala Harris finished third behind Jill Stein in some of these Arab precincts. Like, I mean, it's just absolutely insane. And then not only that, I said young people and people of color, they want bold politics. They want progressive change. I called it out spectacularly. I said exactly what was going to happen. And people were like, no. Then I analyzed the polls and I showed you why the polls were accurate, and they were most likely underestimating Trump, which is exactly what happened. And then to top it all off, I got 49 out of 50 states correct on the Electoral College map. So it's not the strength of my, like, if you just go by strength of my analysis and predictions, like, I make an analysis, I make a prediction, and then you see the outcome, and you just go by that, I have a 95% hit rate. But being correct isn't enough, right? People don't want you to be correct. They want you to make them feel a certain type of way. And I'm sorry, but I'm always going to lead towards telling you the cold, hard facts because I think you're an adult and you're ready for it. And when you know the facts, you're going to be able to do politics in a real way by trying to effectuate change. Instead of deluding yourself about Kamala Harris being fucking yes queen left wing and the reality that she is a corporate pro-genocide politician, you will actually be able to fight the next election for somebody who isn't such dog shit. I mean, everybody started with 85% correct on the electoral map. Nate Silver made his entire career in getting 49 out of 50 states correct in 2008. The only state I got wrong was the closest swing state, by the way. I thought that she would hold Vermont, but she ended up also losing Vermont. So when I was wrong, I was right. I was wrong on the right state. Like, I basically predicted the closest state.
A rebound of manufacturing for sure. In the short run.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to give the example.
I only
of
remind
steel
you guys
where,
this, and I hate to pat myself again. I apologize for patting myself on the back. The reason why I'm giving you that context is to just give you credibility for why you should listen to me. Is that I've been correct about this stuff for a while. So when I'm saying stuff about the future, you should give it a little bit more charitability and realize that I'm not just like biased or telling you what I want to hear. I'm telling you what my analysis says, and why you should trust my analysis is the back test. But Hutch, Trump is way up in Michigan and Wisconsin right now. Stop it. For the love of God, stop it. They literally told us straight up that Trump is going to be ahead at first in these states before the mail-in votes get counted. They specifically told us this very thing. It's almost not even fair to make fun of Hutch. It's almost not even fair to make fun of Hutch because he's just wrong in his genes. His genes are wrong.
we put in tariffs on steel, which you would think would be fostering the domestic production of steel. But you've seen a series of domestic steel producers actually start some layoffs because the demand is not there, because the tariffs are hurting their customers more than they're helping their cost side.
I like Hutch because he's like the anti-Mike. Hutch is the anti-Mike. I threw in my lot with Hassan. He threw his lot with Destiny. I predicted everything correctly about the Biden administration. He predicted everything wrong. Like, I said it was going to be dog shit. He said it was great. I knew that Joe Biden was not going to be reelected in 2021. Like, because of how pathetic he was. I mean, the Hutch was wrong. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's almost supernatural how good he is at being wrong. It's like if Hutch just thought about something and then inverted it. Like if he just sat down and thought. I need this as a soundbite, by the way, chat.
Did you cover Hutch's reaction? No, I don't cover Hutch's reaction to anything. Is there a new Call of Duty map out? Maybe I covered that. Considering how fucking consistently wrong he is, why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever cover Hutch's takes on anything political related? I already listen to enough morons be professionally wrong all the time on the Republican side. What do you want me to do? You want me to also listen to professionally wrong morons on the liberal side? I'm sorry. Has that man ever had a correct take? Maybe you should pay Michael from Pennsylvania the $500 or $1,000 that he had.
$1,500. I love that we have put that information into Hassan's mind that Hutch owes me money on bets. I love that this is it. Like, this is great. I love the fact that in Hassan's mind, Hutch owes me money. And you know what? He's right, because he does. But it's awesome that that's true. You know what I might want to... By the way, there was Bernie's former foreign policy advisor on TMR a day or two. I don't really like Matt Duss that much. I'm not a Matt Duss enjoyer. Okay. Let's watch some more content. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show you guys. Did you see this? Wisecrack is dead. I'm legitimately sad about this.
But Wisecrack is done. At least in this iteration with this group of people. This is the last video that we're going to be posting up here. And it's a bummer. Things like this happen. You never expect it to happen as soon as it does. But that's the situation that we're in. So we just wanted to take a second and say thank you all so much for being such an amazing audience, for giving us the space to make videos that we believe in and care about and think have some meaning to them. And a huge thanks to all of you that I feel like I've really gotten to know over the years, that have given us such good feedback, that have really helped us build this into a really cool community. Okay, you might be wondering what's next. I can tell you that for me, I'm gonna be launching my own channel. I've actually already started to put some videos up. There's a link in the description. So I have a YouTube channel and a Patreon, and I'm gonna try to do a lot of the same stuff we've done here. And I'm hoping that some of my Wisecrack friends will come work with me over there and we can kind of build something. So please do check that out. It would mean a lot if you did. And while you guys are used to seeing me in the videos, we have an awesome team that makes all of this stuff. You know, my colleague Amanda Shirker, who's like the best writer and researcher that you'll ever meet in your entire life. Olivia Redden, just a top-notch producer. There's nothing she can't do. And of course, the weird and chaotic and brilliant creative force behind so much of what we do, Michael Luxembourg. These are all people.
Chat, I legitimately did reach out to him recently. And so we'll see. I think he's like currently in like a cooldown period or something like that. I'm going to reach out. So don't worry.
People who are going to be available for work, and I think you would be really blessed to have them. We're going to put information for everyone down in the description. But here's them speaking for themselves.
Okay, hello everyone. It's Director Lux. You know me from Wisecrack. It's also producer Henry. Henry, say hi. Hi. That's a good segue, because we're here to say temporary goodbye, actually. It sucks. The channel's not going to be putting stuff out for a while. We don't know what's going to happen, but things are currently derailed. So we're coming to you live from the Techno Poverty Studios to say we love you guys. It's been so fun making stuff for you, doing the stream, talking to y'all, being in the Discord, etc. Henry, any thoughts?
I mean, like, holy shit, dude, what the hell? Like,
that's, I think, I hate how yeah, we are victims of the media ecosystem and whatever. And that's a bummer.
Like, one of the things that really blows my mind about these people is if you're the corporate thing behind Wisecrack, the only reason Wisecrack is popular is because of the content itself and the creators on there. If you get rid of them and just start making slop videos, you're not going to see anywhere near the return. And very quickly, the algorithm is going to adjust to the fact that you're a dead channel, and it's going to be dog shit. And the only way that's not true is if you hire somebody else who's really good at making content, and then like they basically use that slight stepping stone to build something brand new. In which case, why did you get rid of the old shit? Should have just kept the old shit and then collaborated with the new talented person on another channel, and that way you own two valuable channels instead of one. It's like I mean, it's 2025. Okay, it was one thing in 2012 to not understand how this shit works, but in 2025 to think buying out the people that actually make something popular and throwing them out to keep the name is the successful way to do internet content delivery is batshit crazy. It's just dumb as fuck.
You tell people how much you've loved being their friend on Wisecrack for the past years.
I mean, it was a great 3 years. I was coming fresh out of leaving some very harsh kind of grinding content mill style studios that were very cynical in what they were doing. And, you know, y'all were so accommodating and great to work with. And the audience was, you know, Wisecrack had a thoughtful audience and a thoughtful community, and I really enjoyed getting to do these streams weekly with Burns and just having people out there reassuring us as far as like, we're doing something right. We're helping people in some way. That felt nice, even within the context of it being like running on a YouTube treadmill.
But this isn't the end of us making stuff. Stay tuned. We're going to try to make some new things. And Henry and I are still alive. So you can still find Henry and sometimes me on Twitch at Technopoverty, correct?
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. We have some stuff up right now, but we're aiming to be a show that can host all our friends.
Yeah,
so,
we have some ideas about things we want to make, so we're going to start working on that. At the same time, you can find me and my dumb stream at Pixel Goblins on Twitch. You can find the wrestling show that's playing behind us that Henry and I make on YouTube and Twitch at Fight Opera. We're about to go shoot some new stuff right after this. That's gonna go on YouTube somewhere. So
Burns also has his channel going.
Burns also has his channel, so you check that out. So please check that out. And also, of course, huge shout out to Burns and our incredible writer and producer Amanda and the greatest producer alive, Olivia, for all the work that they did. Everyone's the best, and big shout out to you guys, the audience. I've been working at Wisecrack this is year 8.
I actually cried a little while watching the last live stream. Totally normal, but don't worry, they're not going anywhere. They'll make their own shit. It's very annoying, but ultimately, it's always good to own your own shit. I'll say this many, many times. It's always good to own the main thing that you're making on. You know, you do collaborations or joint projects on something else. That's the only place where you should like co-own or not, you know, but you should own your like home base. Like I own my home base. So fundamentally, the Central Committee stream is not going to shut down unless I decide to shut it down or the platform removes me. You know what I mean? So that is the real freedom. You don't want to be hired for someone else, like to work on their project if you are the one producing the content. You know what I mean? Like if you're in front of the camera talking, you should make your own goddamn YouTube channel. You shouldn't sell that to somebody else. Those fucking parasites.
For me. So it's been basically a quarter of my life. And I will miss you guys a lot. And hopefully I'll see you again soon elsewhere.
Meet the Christ of the longevity movement, Brian J.
By the way, guys, he's already at 87,000 subscribers. Like, what a fucking king. What a fucking king. He just put out a new video about how living forever sucks, actually. Here's what I would say about this argument is I think that it would be nice to live in a universe where you got to choose when you wanted to die. Like, you got to punch your own ticket, you know, where you were not killed by, you know, nature randomly. But you got to be like, you know what? I feel like I've had enough of existence, and then you fucking walk into the sun or drop into a black hole. Like, I feel like that should be the goal we're looking for. Where 100% of death is actually suicide, and not like, oh nope, well, a random cosmic ray hit your immune system gene, and now you have leukemia and you're dying. Like, no, that's fucking bullshit. So I get the sentiment. And I really don't like the techno bros that are like trying to live forever so they can rule us as like techno, like fucking chaos gods. And it is pretty cool when people die that are evil. That's the thing about death. That's the thing I worry about. Like, the one thing that's really awesome is that Donald Trump is going to die one day because of nature. It's just an inevitability, right? So all of us could just sit back and you could, you know, no matter how evil someone is, no matter how much someone sucks, you realize that the great equalizer is going to happen. Like, Donald Trump one day is going to take his last breath. And the odds are that almost everybody in this stream will be there to see it. And that, right, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't that feel great? Do you understand the outpouring of laughter and pro-death protests that are going to, when Donald Trump dies, people are going to flow out onto the streets in celebration. Isn't that fucking crazy? Around the world, there's going to be spontaneous celebrations all over the world when he dies. Like, that's true. Should I honestly, I should pre-make a video. I should make like a Donald Trump died video and have it in the can. You know what I mean? Like, have a Donald Trump is dead, video on, ready to upload. And it just me dancing. It's just me dancing. White man dancing to the lyrics and not to the beat. This is my white trait. Dance to the lyrics, not to the beat.
But until then, have a good one, dudes.
We will see you on the internet, Space Cowboy.
Hey guys, my name is Amanda. You might not know me, but on April 20th of 2017, instead of getting ridiculously high, I apparently answered a Craigslist ad titled "Smart Writers Needed." 8 years later, I've researched, written, and edited the scripts for literally hundreds of the Wisecrack video essays that you, like my mother, have hopefully mildly enjoyed. And for that, I want to say thank you so much. I'm so grateful to my team. Burns, Lux, and Olivia are not only incredible people, they're incredible people to work with. I'd hire them immediately. As for me, I am launching a Substack at the advice of my emergency brand manager in case anybody wants to stay in touch. And if you need someone to research the shit out of the Black Plague, the Cult of Taylor Swift, or anything weird in between, please reach out. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Olivia, the producer here at Wisecrack. This is the first time I've ever been on camera, so I don't like this. This isn't for me. But I just wanted to hop into this and say thank you to everyone who supported us over the last few years. It's been kind of a wild ride for us, so I'm really thankful for all of you who have stuck around and made all of this possible. If you happen to be a creator here on YouTube and you're looking for some extra help, here is some stuff about me. Here are all the things that I have experience doing, and here's how you can get in touch. Don't be a weirdo in my DMs. Serious inquiries only, I swear to God. I've seen...
Yeah, that's not, I'm sorry. That's not. Notice how men don't have to think like that. Like, as a male creator, when you get a dick pic or like a nude, unless you're Hassan, I'm assuming he gets a lot more. It doesn't feel as threatening. But for women, it's kind of a threat.
YouTube comments. I know what some of you are like. Don't
Mike,
be...
you have never been on Grindr. That's true. I haven't been on Grindr. Isn't Grindr kind of cooked? Because that's the one that straight people know. Isn't the one like Sniffies or some shit? Isn't that the real shit? Like, isn't Sniffies or whatever the fuck it's called the real shit? Like, Grindr's like cooked? Sniffies is the hardcore cruising app. Okay. Yeah, somebody told me about that like a little while ago. I'm sorry, gays. I didn't mean to tell you. I didn't mean to expose your shit to the straights. Am I a fake gay? I've never heard of Sniffies. I mean, are you a cruising type of gay, or are you like a traditional like relationship gay? Are you a relationship gay or a cruising gay? Let's get out of this conversation as soon as possible. It's so funny because like I'm an old radical and you people are like baby radicals. And so you think that I'm like you and that I'm like super, that I don't know shit. And it's like, bitch, like, please stop. I'm not a baby like you. Can I be straight on Grindr? I don't know. I don't use dating apps. I've never used a dating app because why would you? You don't need to. Just meet people and date them. It's not hard. What are you, shy? What are you, shy? Can you not like meet people through your friends and like hanging out and going to like, you know, real places? Like, are you shy or something? Do you need an app? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Rolling up to me on LinkedIn with some freak shit. Okay. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I didn't write an outro for this, so here's a picture of my cat.
Okay, so thanks again so much, everyone.
The mic process. The mic process. Man, the pandemic
Here's
was,
the thing, Lance.
The pandemic was a different place. Okay, that was a different place. I'm not even watching that. Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you, Wisecrack. I guess I'm unsubscribing now. Like, should I unsubscribe? Or I'll just keep it for now. And did he tell you to unsubscribe from Wisecrack? Like, did he say that? I don't want to do it yet. Oh, watch the end. Oh, yeah. I kind of like.
Okay, guys, this is a tough announcement to make, but why need awesome people to work with? These are awesome people. They would be really great to work with. Highly enough. So hopefully you're able to work with them in the future. In the meantime, if you have questions, you know, I can try to answer them. I can try to answer them. So put some questions below if you want. And also let us know, like, I don't know, your favorite Wisecrack video ever. It would be nice to see that sort of stuff right now. In the meantime, it's been really great doing this for you guys. And I don't know, free Palestine.
What a fucking king, dude. What a fucking king. We love Michael Burns. Michael Burns, he's such a king. We love Michael. Michael Burns, friend of the show. It will be my friend one day. I swear to God, he'll be my friend. All right, chat, I've decided today is the day I'm buying my camera lens. Today. Why is the market crashing even harder? Oh, we were covering that earlier, but basically the answer is that they're panicking that Donald Trump is going to disrupt the independence of the Federal Reserve. So on top of his dumb fucking tariff shit, he's going to undermine our currency. Trump ramps up attacks on Powell, demands loser Fed chair lower rates now. I really need to start trading off of Donald Trump's tweets or his truths or whatever. President Donald Trump on Monday ratcheted up his pressure campaign on Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, calling him a major loser and warning the U.S. economy could slow down unless interest rates are lowered immediately. Preemptive cuts in interest rates are being called for by many, Trump wrote on Truth Social. Trump claimed that there is virtually no inflation in the U.S. and that costs for energy and most other things are on the decline. With these costs trending so nicely downward, just what I predicted they would do. There can be almost no inflation, but there can be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, major loser, lowers interest rates now, Trump wrote. Trump's latest salvo against Powell, whom he appointed during his first administration, came as the president and his team are studying whether they could legally fire the central bank leader before his term expires in May 2026. I hate this guy. He's so incompetent. That's why I hired him. Again, if you like Donald Trump, you are a subhuman. If you like Donald Trump, you have no rights. I know we're supposed to be in this period where we're like, don't you believe in free speech? Aren't you being a hypocrite? My response is like, I'm fully embracing dark woke. If you like Donald Trump, I will treat you the same way you're treating people you send to El Salvador. Legitimately. I think that if you support what's happening to people in El Salvador, it should happen to you. I think that is a just outcome. That is, you advocate for people being disappeared and sent to concentration camps without due process. You should go to a similar place. Now, I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. So all you have to do is say, you know what? I think being disappeared and sent to concentration camps is wrong. And then bam, you're safe. Nazis should be given re-education because they need to be reformed.
I want to bring in Krishna Guri. He is the...
Nominate him.
Again, I think the key thing here is it's strong.
I mean, we have another... The markets are crashing. Guys, gals, non-binary pals. I think we've got a situation where what would we call this? Like, so it crashed and then it recovered half of the crash and then it crashed again, recovered that, then crashed again. We're almost, I mean, the 52-week low, like, is that, what do we think, chat? We broke through 3,800, so we're actually down here. We're near the bottom, which was 37,646 of the crash. 37,646 was the absolute bottom. 37,103 was the intraday low. So we're now near the point of, like, oh man, like this is wow. Okay, so this is, Chad, I think this is extremely bearish. I think the economy is fucked. Like, this wasn't like a crash that happened all at once. This was people buying and selling all the way down. Like, there's no gaps here. This is just people buying and selling. They're just selling all the way down. Typically, whenever there's a crash, the market likes to fill it in. Like, so they go back and they kind of like buy and sell around those values that it dropped. And then when it does that, it's an indication, you know, not to get too much into technical trading, but because it's kind of bullshit, it is horoscope for men. It is a sign that it is tradition. It is like all the buyers are out, and we're getting to the point where the sellers are starting to overtake the buyers in kind of a psychological way. Like, you see these red candles. If to explain candle charts for a second, so you know what you're looking at. All right, the color of the candle determines whether it's up for the it's okay. So the body of the candle is the open and close, right? So you have the opening price and you have the closing price. That's the body of the candle. If the price went up for the day, meaning the closing price is higher than the opening price, then it's a green candle. The little wicks that go above and below, that's the range of the day, right? So that's where it traded within on the day, right? So opening and close, that's the bar of the candle, and the wicks are the range that it traded within the day, but it didn't end up being. So if you see a bar where it's like completely red, that means that it opened at one price and ended at the bottom price, and it was down the whole day, right? Like this, for example, this day right here on the 3rd of April, the candle's almost completely red. That means it opened at that price, dropped that much, and then closed, ended trading on the day almost near the bottom. Now it has a tiny little pixel of a wick at the bottom, meaning it closed just off the lows. But then you see another day where it's the opposite, like the first. You see how there's like a very tiny wick at the bottom, so it traded briefly below the open, but for the most part it went up and then it traded near the highs of the day. So what we see here is we have this crash, then we have a pop that fills out, completely engulfs the crash. And there's like different types of patterns and different names that people have for different associated candle chart. And what you see right now is you could just see over the last few days, it just been opening higher, closing lower, opening higher, closing lower. So that's selling throughout the day as opposed to a big drop. So this is just, you know, not to, you know, technical analysis is just, you know, it is so much smoke and mirrors and it's not the most important thing. But what we're seeing here is psychologically, I think there's a turning point that's being entered, which is like, yeah, people just think this shit's not getting any better. The U.S. will absolutely have a recession in 2025 if high tariffs stay. China warns countries not to strike trade deals with U.S. at its expense. China has warned that countries seeking exemptions from the United States President Donald Trump tariffs not to strike deals at its expense. Beijing's warning comes as dozens of U.S. trade partners are scrambling to renegotiate relief from Trump's trade salvos. Appeasement cannot bring peace, and compromise will not earn respect. Sacrificing others' interests to obtain so-called exemptions for temporary selfish gains is akin to negotiating with the tiger. It ultimately leads to failures for both parties and harms everyone involved. While China respects countries' efforts to resolve their trade disputes with the U.S., they should also stand on the side of fairness and justice and on the correct side of history, the minister said. It is particularly important to emphasize that China firmly opposes any party achieving deals at the expense of Chinese interests. Should such a situation arise, China will not accept it and will resolutely take reciprocal countermeasures. While Trump announced a 90-day pause on his reciprocal tariffs on imports from dozens of countries, his administration has ramped up its trade war with Beijing by hiking import tariffs on Chinese exports by as high as 145%. China, which has pledged to fight to the end if Washington continues to escalate the trade spat, has hit back by imposing duties of 125% on U.S. exports. Despite escalating his trade salvos against China, Trump said last week that he expects to ultimately seal a very good deal with Beijing. In its statement on Monday, China's Ministry of Commerce accused the Trump administration of engaging in hegemonic politics and unilateral bullying under the pretense of reciprocity. If international trade reverts to the law of the jungle, all countries will become victims. China is willing to strengthen solidarity and coordination with all parties, jointly resist unilaterally bullying, safeguard legitimate rights and interests, and defend international fairness and justice.
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and Oh, if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me. The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve chairman that is playing politics. Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually.
You appointed him! You appointed him! You picked him! What the fuck are you talking about? Again, if you like Donald Trump, you are not a human being. You are not a human being. You lack a soul. You lack an essential part of the brain. It's called the prefrontal cortex, or the frontal cortex, rather. You lack the ability to experience higher order emotions. You are not a human being. Like, what can you even say? This guy is dumber than fucking dirt. I don't even know what to say. Like, for the longest time in politics, I've been arguing that the president has a lot more power than they pretend he has. And that he could do a lot of good things. And he can put a lot of pressure on his party. And he can get a lot of things passed that many people think isn't even plausible. And then I got proven right. Monkey paw correct. Donald Trump showing. Prefrontal cortex is right. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, DT Deluxe. You're right. It is the prefrontal cortex. I was originally right and then corrected myself to becoming wrong. So I changed my correct answer to the wrong answer. Great job. Mike is upset that meritocracy exists. True. I am the second largest political or third largest political streamer on Twitch, depending on the day. Fourth largest, maybe, sometimes. Because I'm the best. You're right. It's all meritocracy, folks. That's why you gotta subscribe. Support the meritocracy. The Mike's meritocracy, they call it. If I wasn't good, why do I have so many viewers? That's a good point. It's a completely good point. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
But he's playing politics. Interest rates should be down now. They should be coming down.
I don't know. Like, I know Donald Trump is dumb. Like, I know Donald Trump is stupid. But it is surprising just how stupid he is. Like, every day. Like, this is honestly and truly an impressive thing. Is just when you think Donald Trump is too dumb to be any dumber, than he does something new. He like catches you off guard with his next level of stupidity. He's like, again, we're living in an era of unprecedented levels of stupid. He manages to formulate the exact worst possible thing to say. It's incredible.
Let's talk about all of this right now with Jeremy Siegel. He is Professor Emeritus of Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. He's also Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree. Jeremy, what do you think, just in terms of where we are headed this morning, how the world is reacting to the trade war that's kicked off primarily between the United States and China at this point?
Yes, good morning, Becky. Listen, I've looked at the data, and I do believe there are persuasive economic reasons for the Fed to aggressively lower interest rates right now. I know that Steve just a little while ago saying, you know, show me some evidence, data that shows this. Well, one of the Fed's favorite indicators for long-term inflationary expectations is called the five-year forward rate of inflation. I know that sounds technical, but it really isn't a complicated issue. By looking at long-term inflation contracts, 10-year and 5-year, you can extract out the near term and look at those long-term. And these are market-based contracts. We know we're going to get a increase in inflation in the short term from the Trump tariffs. I call that the Trump bump. We're going to get there. But what we need to wonder about, is that getting into long-term inflationary expectations? That's exactly the topic that Jay Powell was worried about last week. Is that getting into it? The answer is definitively no. Actually, I've been looking at those long-term inflationary expectations, and they've actually been going down.
Jeremy, you yourself, a week ago on Wisdom Tree, you wrote, while the Fed has cover to ease, the mixed signals from the bond market complicate the picture. You said that with the yield curve no longer inverted, the case for Fed rate cuts weakens.
Well, you're right. And now it's just about flat. But this is before I looked at the case for these inflationary expectations. And right now, after the next 5 years, the long-term inflation expectations is 2.3%. And that's based on the Consumer Price Index. And the Fed's favorite indicator is the Personal Consumption Deflator Index, the PCE index. And that's about 0.3% below that. So really on the PCE, the long-term inflationary expectation that the Fed itself uses, that Chair Powell has talked about, they've used this for over 20 years, is now at 2%. So, on that standpoint, I think there's a lot of evidence. And by the way,
so forget about the bond market. It's a week later. We're feeling good about things, and we should go ahead and cut?
Well, the bond market is, I think the bond market's being disturbed by a lot of things going on, and things about the independence of the Fed and all sorts of other situations. And in fact, I think the Dow would improve actually if Jay Powell actually lowered that rate. Another factor is that money and credit are just not growing fast enough. Over the last year, the M2 money supply has grown less than 4%. For a healthy economy, you need between 5 and 6% money growth. It's actually lower than it was 3 years ago. And the only way for the Fed to actually stimulate loan growth, to stimulate money growth back to a healthy level.
They're talking about the way they're talking about the money supply, and they're talking about how money is actually produced in our fractional reserve banking system. He's referring to like loan activity, like basically people, banks taking reserves and turning them into loanable funds, which is not really how it works, but it's kind of how we measure it. And what he's basically saying is we're already in a recession. We're already in a recession. And ladies and gentlemen, that's not good.
Level is by lowering those interest rates.
So you're concerned about the Fed's independence, because I got 2 points from you. One was that there are good economic...
If Powell lowers interest rates because Donald Trump yells at him, doesn't that actually damage the dollar even more because it shows the Federal Reserve is under political pressure? So politics and advantage of the politicians will be greater than the stability of what prices and the economy. Like, if he were to do this, you're supposed to be a professor of finance. It would signal to the markets that the U.S. is even more a basket case. It would be even more of a sign that the U.S. is fucking falling apart.
For Powell, economic reasons for Powell.
Oh, is Hegseth really going to get fired? I think Hegseth has got to get fired, guys. I think Hegseth legitimately is going to get fired because he made Trump look bad. You have to understand, Donald Trump, he'll fuck up every single day, and it's never his fault. But if you make him look bad, you're fucking out, right? Like, you get no mistakes. He makes 8 mistakes a day. That's fine.
The lower rates. The second is that the threats to Fed independence are real and growing. So you're worried about the Fed independence, but you think he should cut rates.
Yeah, and let me say that, listen, let's face the facts. If he doesn't cut rates and we have a recession because of the tariffs, who is Trump going to blame? Trump is going to blame Powell. And the Republican Congress is not all that friendly toward the Fed to begin with. Don't forget the whole
So you
Federal
basically
Reserve.
think he should cut rates to make sure he keeps the Fed independent. So listen to you, not Trump, but do this to make sure that the Fed independence isn't threatened.
Fed independence is enhanced the probability by him cutting rates right now.
You think inflation, Jeremy? You think inflation is
doing what he wants.
You believe those recent prints on inflation?
The recent prints on long-term inflationary expectations are down 30 basis points since Fed took office in January.
So the real risk
that is exactly.
The real risk is the economy. I agree with you.
Absolutely. The real risk right now is the economy. And those inflationary expectations into the long term that Powell said he's concerned about on the actual data is not present at the present time.
Tariffs can cause. I think it's more likely, unfortunately, I think it's more likely tariffs can cause a growth slowdown. And the inflation is sort of a one-shot deal because you don't get, unless it's a trade war with you keep tit for tat and because it's a one-shot deal. It's not the second derivative where inflation keeps the pace of increases keeps rising instead of just the first one. So
absolutely, and let's say, Joe, you believe in poly market and the markets right now, they're saying nearly 60% chance of inflation. All Wall Street firms have raised their rates. So you have red flags there. You have inadequate money and loan supply growth. You have long-term inflationary expectations at the level the Fed wants. You know, why not? And by the way, if the economy, if things go well, we don't have a slowdown, don't have a recession, then the Fed goes back up. You know, this idea that the Fed is like a battleship that, you know, moves slowly, it goes in cycles of years and all that, is just not supported by evidence, not supported by theory. They could move back if need be, but right now, the data is flashing red for me to say lower those interest rates.
Is there any call for the Fed to kind of wait and see this out? I mean, you've changed your mind over the course of a week. Maybe they should wait and see what they think over the next month or so.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I'm taking a look at the data that I've seen over the last week and, you know, rethought that, I mean, listen, we were back in inverted territory. We went above because I think all the problems of the dollar. So I think that term structure signal is not as strong. By the way, right now, I think it's virtually flat. And normally you're supposed to have approximately 100 basis points higher on the long rate than the short rate. So right now that argues for a Fed funds rate that's not 4.33%, but 3.33%. And I think, honestly, the Fed should start in May and continue in June. Yeah, I mean, the European Central Bank has lowered 7 times, and the long-term inflation expectations are going down. And listen, you're not going to have a sustained inflation with money supply growing at an inadequate amount. That's never happened in history. I mean, we had 34 years between 1986 and the pandemic when the money supply was growing 5.5% a year. And then it exploded under, you know, Powell. He talk about independence. He caved in to Trump and Biden's excessive fiscal spending. So, you know, and that was a case that caused all that inflation back there. Right now, the Fed's favorite indicator of long-term inflation expectations is signaling that he is able to cut.
What allowed inflation to spike out of control was the fact that, one, neoliberal just-in-time supply chains were fragile. The lack of federal regulation on our ports and on freight shipping rates, right? The fact that our truckers were being fucked over and they didn't have like guaranteed slots, and it was disorganized, shambolic, Pete Buttigieg level neoliberal failure. Then there was the fact that we allowed windfall profit taking, and we didn't fix allocations and price controls during the spike to keep inflation expectations down. And we printed trillions of dollars through the stupid fucking Paycheck Protection Act that handed out money to the richest of the rich. I still can't get over it, man. Every single rich person you know got handed like $1 million fucking dollars free from the government. Like, literally. Like, I think there needs to be a study on the net taxes that rich people paid minus the fucking Paycheck Protection Act. Like, they literally turn taxes for wealthy people to 0 or -%. Regular working people did not get that shit. Like, it's fucking stupid. The fraudulent PPP. It's crazy. Mr. Beast got 600,000. Like, I mean, fucking come on.
Just rates now.
We're all gonna die. Like, we're legitimately gonna die.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator.
Okay, this is funny. Pete Hegseth
Warner of Virginia.
I wanted to cover the Pete Hegseth shit.
Committee. Senator, it's always great seeing you. I thank you for your time. Before, Senator, we get into the Hegseth issue, I just want your thoughts, if you would, on Pope Francis, his impact and his legacy.
Well, I think he made the church more inclusive. I think the fact that a pope would speak to issues of social justice, you know, I'm not a Catholic myself, but I thought he made put a human face that brought a lot of young people, not just across North America, but across the world, back into the Catholic Church. And I think he's going to be a hard pope to replace.
And now getting to the other breaking news of the day, President Trump just said he has confidence in Secretary Hegseth. You've opposed Hegseth from day one. You voted against his confirmation. You called on him to resign after the first Signal group chat issue. You're doing so again today. What do you think about these latest revelations?
I think it shows a guy that's way in over his head in a job that's much too big for him. And you saw the little snippet where he fought or pushed back. Well, he didn't deny that he put his family members on this chat. The notion that this is somehow not classified information, the fact that attack plans were being sent out and around before our pilots had actually bombed the Houthis. I would love to take Pete Hegseth down to the Norfolk Naval Station, which is the home port of the aircraft carrier Truman, from which these strikes were launched, and explain to the family and friends of folks on the Truman how this kind of information getting out wouldn't have put their loved ones in harm's way, because he couldn't. And I think it is amazing that he's not been held accountable. I think it's remarkable as well, as you see a number of his senior officials quit. And this is an example, again, of chaos on steroids that are coming out of the DOD. And I just wonder, Jose, when are my Republican senator friends who say they're for national security going to say, this is too much, this is just a bridge too far, and join me and others and say this guy needs to be replaced?
And so, Senator, I'm just wondering, because this would be the second time of confirmation that the Secretary of Defense has utilized this Signal app for communications that included sensitive information, to say the least. For example, do you all in the Senate, in the Intelligence Committee, utilize Signal, the Signal app to communicate any kind of information? And it just seems like it's such a basic question.
Well, Signal, I use Signal. Matter of fact, Signal is safer than traditional.
Okay, I need to stop using Signal. I need to stop using Signal. I need a new app. This means that Israel has fucking penetrated it. It is a backdoor for Israel. There's no fucking way. I need to get out of this. Is there a different app? There's no fucking way they'd be promoting an actually secure app. Proton? I'm pretty sure Proton is like another CIA thing. Thought I read something about this. Okay, we can state unequivocally that there is nothing in the leaked CIA, this is from proton.me, which indicates any sort of crack in Proton Mail's encryption. Despite claims to the contrary, there's no evidence that Signal WhatsApp's end-to-end encryption have been breached. Here's what we do know. Over the past 3 years, the CIA has put together a formidable arsenal of cyber weapons specifically designed to gain surveillance capabilities over end-user devices such as mobile phones and laptop/desktop computers. These advanced malwares enable the CIA to record actions such as keystrokes on a mobile device, allowing them to conduct surveillance without breaking encryption. Ah, okay. That makes more sense. For the love of God, there's no secure messaging app. The CIA literally created the security keys used to encrypt VPNs. I'm a certified Cisco network engineer, and I'm an Army vet that had a TSSCI. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I agree with you. Always erect. I agree with you. I personally don't think that you should put anything that would be, there's a say, let me just say this. This is what I feel about all apps.
For a cold ass crew of gangsters, y'all carried it like Republicans and shit.
Hey, yo, remember, man, talk this shit up when you hit them bricks. Best way to get more involved is to tell people about the benefits of this here thing. No beefing, no drama, just business. Anybody got problems with anybody else here, we bring it to the group. We ain't got to take it to the streets. All right, let's do it. Motherfucker, what is that?
Robert Rules say we gotta have minutes for a meeting, right? He's the menace.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
You told me we supposed to bring our beefing before the group, right? Here it is, you won with the young boy Marlo over Cornish.
Marlo ain't in the group.
Are you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? That's what I think about those messaging apps. Don't fucking write anything that you don't want blown up and put on a fucking easel in front of a criminal jury, okay? Don't put anything up in writing that you wouldn't want blown up extra large in front of a jury of white Republican Karens, okay? That should be your lodestar, okay? And it's honestly the same thing about, you know, that's just the way it goes. Okay, keep yourself safe, and I mean that legitimately, not in the way of doing a dog whistle for kill yourself. Okay, I mean keep yourself safe.
Cell phone communications, particularly since we know China, through the Salt Typhoon hack, has hacked into our systems. But using Signal, you know, to decide where I'm going to go have dinner with a friend is very different than putting on Signal classified information. And anyone who denies that attack plans before an attack takes place or during an attack taking place, putting out on a non-secure channel, and Signal is not secure. It's better than normal, but it's not fully secure. Saying that's not classified either shows a remarkable ignorance or they're just flat out lying, because anyone at the DOD or in the intelligence community, if they had done this behavior, they would be fired without question.
Senator, how secure or insecure is Signal?
We do know that our adversaries, the Chinas and the Russians of the world, have tried to penetrate Signal. The thing that we also don't have an answer from yet, because if they have been able to penetrate, you can sometimes drop in malware without actually having control of the phone. We don't even have an answer from the first group of folks that include.
We bullied him. We've bullied him. You fucking cuck. Oh my God, chat. I mean, Tesla is crashing super hard today, isn't it? Like, is Tesla still crashing? Okay, 220. So it's pretty much been flat around 223. Okay. Holy shit. When is his quarterly? When is the quarterly reports? When do their quarterly drop? God, it's eaten so much, like his earnings report. When's the next one? Why is this not? Oh, it's tomorrow? Okay. It might go up tomorrow, honestly, but I expect it to be so bad. This is part of why I sold as well, because I was like, I feel like it's gonna pop in some direction, and I just couldn't stand the risk, right? I took my 60% gain, and maybe I'll be cursing my life tomorrow when it would have been a 500% gain. But they reduced the Cybertruck production stuff. Can you imagine if Elon Musk was actually good at business? Can you imagine if Elon Musk was actually good at business and he made the Model 2 instead of the Cybertruck? Or he just like made a normal looking truck? Because like the Model Y, like how does the Model Y is a fine vehicle. The Model 3 is a fine vehicle. I think the Model X is kind of lame. The Model S is decent, right? Like they're at least cars. How the fuck did the Cybertruck happen? How the fuck did the Cybertruck happen? Like the Cybertruck is so dumb. It's so shit. Like it's legitimately shocking. He's so lucky we can't buy Chinese electric vehicles. I would buy a Chinese electric vehicle with cash tomorrow if I could. He's so lucky.
Included the vice president and the national security advisors and others. Did anybody even screen their phones for malware? Now we've got Hegseth and his.
Yeah, the Model 2 was supposed to be their cheap EV, chat. The Model 2. If you've never heard of this, it was supposed to be like their cheap EV. They're like the lowest price one, Model 2. It was supposed to have $15,000 to $30,000 price with a range of 250 to 300 miles, and they canceled it. Oh wait, did they bring it back? Are they bringing it back?
What if Tesla's next breakthrough isn't another spaceship-like supercar or a fully autonomous robo-taxi, but something far more practical?
I hate people that make videos like this. Like I legitimately hate you. I hate you, West Tech. I don't like you as a person. I don't like you as a person. You actually contribute nothing to society. Like you are actually less than worthless. You're just a person who goes around balling up trash and throwing it on the ground. Like that's what you do all day. All you do is you walk outside, you just ball up trash and you just shit up the place. What did he do? Creating AI Tesla slop content.
Family members and a host of others. Is anybody going back and checking these devices? This is basic cyber and Intel 101, and I have zero confidence that any steps have been taken on remediation. And you know, we've got to have. I've got all the Democrats on Senate Intel. We have written repeatedly on this, gotten no response. when are Republicans going to find the courage to actually speak up for our national security, or are they going to allow this constant drift at DOD, which, again, undermines morale when you see the top getting off with behavior that nobody else would get away with. And then you've seen these more serious folks get fired recently at DOD. I think this is undermining the confidence that our men and women who protect our country have in this senior leadership. And it's time for this guy to go.
And Senator, meanwhile, we're following breaking news about Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's bag stolen from a D.C. restaurant, reportedly containing, well, tons of cash, her ID, including passport and DHS access badge. Just wondering, don't officials have Secret Service protection? I mean, what do you think when you hear this?
Well, again, I don't know the particulars on this incident.
This is such an embarrassing shithole country. Like, legitimately, first of all, devious lick to whatever bar back or bus boy who got it. Congratulations on your haul, because that was fucking great. Like, congratulations to the bar back or whoever was probably dropping off her 4th cocktail and just went yoink. That being said, pathetic.
If you're a cabinet member, you have security. And, I can...
Like, look at this shit. Like, look at this shit. Like, I legitimately, this just reminds me of Holocaust pictures. Like, conservatives look at this and they're like, yeah, I like that. And it's just like, huh? Can you actually explain what you like about this? Can you go ahead and explain it? Asmongold, can you go ahead and explain why you like the fact that people are being put into a prison with no trial, stacked up like fucking, livestock? Can you explain what goes on in your head? What do you enjoy about that? I'd like to hear it. They're criminals and no longer terrorizing a country. How do you know they're criminals? How do you know they're criminals? I think one of the things that you don't underestimate, one of the things you should all understand is that the true only way to deal with fascism when that takes root in a society is it's kind of pretty straightforward. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna skip over the credits and Russia.
Moscow. Red Square. June 24th, 1940.
We got a nice AI voice. Nice.
45. Here by the walls of the ancient Kremlin, the whole country celebrates the victorious return of its brave sons. Heroes of unprecedented battles on all fronts of the Great Patriotic War, from the Barents Sea to the Black Sea. The combined battle regiments, the platoons that traversed the Dnieper and Oder rivers, those who conquered the snowy passes of the Caucasus Mountains, those who liberated Kiev and Minsk, Sevastopol and Odessa, those who fought on the streets of Budapest, Königsberg, Vienna, and the ones who raised the victory flag over Berlin. 200 flags and banners of the defeated German army are brought to the feet of the heroes. Distinguished.
Let me see if I can find one of my favorite parts. This is what happens with fascism at the end. At the end of fascism, what happens is the enemies of fascism parade over their destroyed and defeated corpses. Like, this is what fascism leads to: utter defeat. Whether it was in China under the nationalists, whether it's the fascists of Spain, whether it's the fascists of Italy, the fascists of Germany, they end up shattered and defeated. Like this.
In the heroic battle for Sevastopol, the city of everlasting glory. Baltic commanders that destroyed the German divisions surrounding the city of Leningrad.
These are the most like sacred fascist banners. They bled and died, and it's just trash. Think about all the fascists that died just so they could be a barely mentioned footnote. Fuck, that's awesome. Oh, fuck, that's great. Don't worry. It'll happen again. It'll happen again. What I was, there's this new, like, libs, like, Chinese Civil War thing, like, YouTube series.
In China.
And they're, like, doing a, like, month by month. And, like, the fascist Chinese nationalists. It's so fucking crazy, man. How much they're fucking scum. And even in the most propagandistic, like liberal retelling
is Time Ghost
of the Civil War, it's
Winter
just so apparent how the nationalists were scum, and how Chiang Kai-shek is one of the most evil pieces of shit who's ever lived. He's literally a Nazi. Like he is a fascist. He was the Adolf Hitler of China. And Americans pretend Americans pretend he's good or something. This guy was a fucking rabid dog. Let me see if I can it's like died, hunger. I don't know why the transcript is broken because I'm like a 99% sure they talk about it in this video.
Manchuria, but Chiang is determined to hold on. Chiang thus lost his last chance to save what was left of the armies he had committed to the takeover of Manchuria. By mid-1948, the power balance there had shifted irreversibly against him. The communists now claimed to have 700,000 regular troops in the region, plus 330,000 local or second-line forces, and 1.6 million civilian support workers. The government's increasingly demoralized troops numbered only about 450,000 with no effective second-line replacements. Mao will soon give the order to finish off the nationalists in Manchuria. But first, the communists wrap up some unfinished business elsewhere. The East China Field Army finally takes almost all of Shandong province by mid-1948, leaving the government in control of just a few isolated strongpoints.
Oh wait, the dollar is collapsing? Is the dollar collapsing? Holy shit, the 30 years almost back to 5%? Okay, there was a blip. It looks like it's not... There was a blip. Somebody put a big sell of treasuries there, but it looks like it's not quite at the peak. Okay, I saw the blip. All right, so I don't know if anybody... maybe somebody put a big market sell order and they got fucked.
Over the coming months, the communists also take much of southern Shaanxi, including the cities of Luoyang and Linfen. A few months later, Mao's forces lay siege to the provincial capital Jinan, which they captured towards the end of September, although Chiang does retain control of the port of Qingdao, for now at least. Against all American advice, Chiang refuses to evacuate his troops from Jinan until it is far too late. And in the end, the nationalist soldiers garrisoned there are so demoralized that most of them simply defect or surrender without much of a fight. By the time Jinan falls, the communists have linked up their territory in the provinces of Shaanxi, Chahar, Hubei, Shandong, and Henan into one bloc. And Mao declares a unified North China People's Government in August 1948 with its capital at Shijiazhuang. With that done, Lin Biao launches his 8th offensive in Manchuria in September. This is the Liaoshen campaign, named after the Manchurian province of Liaoning and its capital city, Shenyang. The communists have already been applying a lot of pressure to Shenyang and Changchun and are close to completely cutting them off from the outside world. In order to do so, Lin goes after the air and rail transport hub at Jinzhou, which the nationalists have been using to supply the two larger cities. On September 12th, he launches his attack, catching the government forces by surprise and isolating Jinzhou within about 2 weeks. Communist artillery...
This entire time, nationalist China is getting massive military aid from the United States. We're talking about tanks, artillery, planes, warships, massive military advisors, money, like just absolutely a cascade of supplies and cash and money for Chiang Kai-shek.
Proves highly effective, and they soon have the nationalist airfield locked down, starving the defenders of food and ammunition. Then, the Red Army breaks through the outer defenses and fights its way through, street by street, house by house, until they force the nationalists to surrender October 16th. 500 kilometers to the northeast, Lin has ordered his commanders to turn the besieged city of Changchun into a city of death, right? Over the summer, civilians survive on insects, grass, and even resort to cannibalism. By autumn, they've stripped the city for firewood. Those who try to leave have their valuables, gold, silver, cooking pots, salt, confiscated by nationalist sentries. They then become Roman deserters, hoping to reach the communist lines. But Lin's troops fire on them, and when they turn back, the nationalists refuse re-entry. Tens of thousands of people are left to die in the no man's land between the two armies. With no hope left, Chiang orders General Zhang Dongguo to attempt a breakout to Shenyang October 16th. But Zhang's position collapses when his 60th Army refuses to leave, turns its gun on his 7th Army, and surrenders the city to the communists. Mao accepts all defectors into the Red Army, allowing officers to keep their ranks. Total casualties are somewhere in the region of 150,000 to 250,000, including perhaps 150,000 civilians who die of starvation. The scale of death here at Changchun will remain mostly hidden for over half a century. Breaking the timeline of it here, but in 1989, a book will be published called White Snow, Red Blood, in which a communist colonel named Zhang Zhenglong compares the scale of death at Changchun to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. He also reveals that, as well as death from starvation, the communist forces deliberately massacred thousands of civilians after the siege. Zhang's book will be suppressed.
Guys, they were like, yay, defectors, join our side. But then they just decided we're going to randomly shoot a bunch of civilians for no reason. Does that sound like Mao? Mm-hmm.
But all the censorship in the world cannot hide the grim truth that lies buried beneath the earth. When workers in Changchun started digging trenches for a new irrigation system in the summer of 2006, they made a gruesome discovery.
Guys, who do you think killed all the civilians? The nationalist forces that he just said were stealing every single piece of valuables from the civilians? Or was it the
rich black soil
whose entire existence depended on the goodwill of the peasants?
Clogged with human remains. Below a meter of earth were thousands of skeletons closely packed together. When they dug deeper, the workers found several more layers of bones, stacked up like firewood. A crowd of local residents gathered around the excavated area was taken aback by the sheer size.
Like, the Civil War of China was fucking horrible. But even if you are like anti-Chinese Communist Party, everybody knows that this KMT was the bad guy. We're the bad guys. Like, everybody acknowledges it now. Like, when you study the Chinese Civil War, everyone kind of acknowledges they were the bad guys.
Of the burial site. Some thought that the bodies belonged to victims of the Japanese occupation during the Second World War. Nobody, except an elderly man, realized they had just stumbled on remnants of the Civil War. Lin's next target is Shenyang. Here, the pre-war population of 1.2 million has swelled to 4 million thanks to a refugee influx, and conditions are nearly as bad as in Changchun. Chiang Kai-shek's own orders have crippled the city's defenses. In early October, he sent about half of the 200,000-strong garrison in a failed attempt to reach the besieged troops in Jinzhou. As these troops tried to return, they were ambushed and largely destroyed by Lin Biao. That means that Lin's 300,000 troops faced just 100,000 or so nationalist defenders at Shenyang. In the end, panic grips the streets. Fights erupt over seats on trains and planes heading south, and law and order breaks down. Then the communists enter the city, and Shenyang surrenders on November 2nd after only token resistance. With that, the Battle of Manchuria is over. Lin Biao's Liaoshen campaign has been a remarkable success. Chiang's Manchurian force of 450,000 troops has been reduced to just 1/3 of its size through casualties and desertion, with those 150,000 escaping south of the wall. Mao now controls Manchuria with its huge industrial potential, fertile land, and vast pool of potential recruits. It is Mao Zedong who has won the first great victory of the Chinese Civil War. Before moving to the next campaign, it's worth stepping away from the battlefield. By late 1948, Chiang isn't just losing the war, he's also losing on the home front. Chiang is
this is very important. You have to understand that the fascist nationalists that the United States supported were criminals. They were also a drug cartel. You know, the KMT basically was partially supporting itself from the heroin trade. Like, you have to understand that these guys are pure fucking evil, and the fact that that anybody even tries to there's no reclaiming the KMT were legitimately Nazis. They were most ideologically aligned with Nazi Party of Germany, and the only reason they weren't allies of the Nazi Party is because the Nazis switched sides to the Japanese during World War II. Prior to switching sides, they were allies with this KMT.
Elected as president of the Republic by the National Assembly in April 48. And one of his first big decisions is to try and get a grip on the hyperinflation that has been impoverishing the Chinese people since the early 1940s. The situation is now so bad that Chinese paper mills actually make a profit by pulping the worthless banknotes. In July 1948, Chiang gets together with one of his economic advisors, TV Soong, to discuss a plan of action. Soong is not just any old advisor, by the way. He's also one of Chiang's brothers-in-law and one of the most influential people in the government. He spent much of World War II lobbying for American support in Washington. The KMT government decides to scrap the old currency, the Fabi, and launch a new currency called the gold yuan in August 1948. At a staggering exchange rate of 3 million to 1. But public trust in the new currency is low. The government hopes a major American stabilization loan will help, but Washington is growing skeptical of backing Chiang. Some of Chiang's advisors also point out, with the budget deficit at revenue equaling just 34% of spending, there's really no point reforming the currency without reining in spending. But this doesn't happen at all. Instead, the burden is passed on to ordinary people. Using emergency powers, Chiang freezes wages and prices, bans strikes and protests. He also demands that citizens surrender any gold, silver, or foreign currency in exchange for the new yuan. This raises
they just robbed the entire population of everything they had.
$170 million US dollars, but is deeply unpopular and hits China very much unequally. The wealthiest people with overseas assets in Hong Kong, the US, Switzerland, they are
Do you think that guy, hey, do you think he went down with the ship? He actually died in San Francisco choking on a chicken bone at a big fancy party with a bunch of bankers.
Largely unaffected. Ultimately, the reform collapses as people simply expect the yuan to follow the Fabi into worthlessness. The rich hoard gold, dollars, other valuable goods and commodities, and by October 1948, the new currency has plunged in value even faster than the old one. Shops and restaurants are closing, prices are skyrocketing, and medical supplies are unobtainable. Chiang's son, Chiang Ching-kuo, tries to enforce the policy with an iron fist in Shanghai. But even there, the reform is doomed to failure. In Shanghai, Chiang mobilized criticism against hoarders and speculators, ordered the arrest and occasional execution of delinquents, and raided warehouses and suspects' homes, all to urge public compliance. But despite this moralistic dedication and the strenuous attempts at enforcement, the gold yuan plan failed. Shanghai was, in any case, not isolated from the rest of China, and the more successful Changqing Kuo was, the greater the pressure on Shanghai businesses to sell their goods elsewhere, where prices were continuing to rise. Accordingly, the city began to experience a desperate shortage of both food and manufactured goods, nor did the government hold firm to its plan. When it imposed heavy new taxes on sales of certain consumer goods, such as tobacco, shopkeepers simply closed their doors until they won permission to raise their prices. By now, Chiang Kai-shek is also dealing with a pretty significant grassroots movement that blames the nationalist government for the war and demands peace at almost any cost. This view, that Chiang and his government are to blame for the war, is pretty widely held in nationalist areas. Essentially, it holds that Chiang and the KMT brought this war on themselves thanks to their corruption, failure to reform, and their unwillingness to reach...
So in other words, what he's saying here, and this is why I wanted to watch this, is the Communist Party won because the right wing in China was evil, incompetent, and corrupt, and the grassroots of the nation opposed them.
A reasonable compromise with the communists. The communists had won the balance of popular opinion during the peace negotiations of 1945 and 6. There was a general belief that they had been sincere, for example, at the Political Consultative Conference in January 46, when they agreed to several compromises aimed at avoiding all-out war. The government lost credibility in this contest when the KMT's Central Executive Committee unilaterally broke a number of conference agreements a few weeks later. Finally, the most important reason for directing anti-war sentiment primarily against the government was the general assumption that the strength of the CCP was being built upon the shortcomings of the KMT. The government was held responsible for not having remedied its defects during 20 years in power. Since 1945, there have been 4 major waves of student protest here, largely backed by faculty and public intellectuals. The students demand...
Which is all the shit they're trying to regulate and prevent here in the U.S. under Trump. They recognize that students and faculty are incredibly important for leading the masses, which is why they're trying to make it illegal for you to protest.
Peace, an end to U.S. support for the KMT, and a shift in spending from the military to civilian needs, especially education. While there are some student groups who support the government and receive KMT funding, the most talented leaders from the top universities are firmly anti-war. The government either fails to grasp or refuses to acknowledge how deeply student sentiment, not to mention that of much of the general public, has turned against it. The KMT seems to think that by cutting off the head of the movement, sometimes quite literally, the rest will fall. Government...
Sometimes quite literally, what they mean is kill kids. By the way, chat, you'll remember from the opening video that I sometimes play on my playlist, the Internationale. Part of this is hold on, right here. This is what he says. Sometimes quite literally, this is what he means. Sometimes quite literally, see, a right-wing American propagandist, they'll make up speculations about, you know, people being killed, but then when it's like, oh, they machine gunned down student protesters, then it's a short little quip. Sometimes quite literally.
Decision makers remain constricted by their belief that if only the very few real communist agitators among the students could be eliminated, their movement could be controlled. The consequent harsh tactics in turn further alienated the students.
Guys, my favorite harsh tactic. My harsh tactics. This is what we call euphemism. This is what we call euphemism. Unarmed protesters. Harsh tactics, guys. Harsh tactics.
Their leaders, particularly officials of the university's self-governing associations, were the chief targets of beatings, arrests, and abduction by an assortment of law enforcement personnel. On the basis of tip-offs by informers, the arrest of student activists became a common occurrence. Blacklists of activists and suspected underground communists were drawn up. Students arrested or abducted often simply disappeared. Execution was the anticipated punishment for genuine communist agents if their identity
This is the KMT, by the way. This is the side we were behind.
Be ascertained. Torture.
This is who took over Taiwan. Okay? This is what Taiwan is.
Was also a common means of extracting information. The student protest movement has swelled from the arrival of tens or even hundreds of thousands of student refugees from communist-occupied areas. In Beijing, some 5,000 Manchurian student refugees have been left to starve on meager subsistence allowances, with many reduced to poverty, homelessness, begging, and petty crime. Seeing their futures vanishing before them, they decide to march on the Beijing Municipal Council in July 1948. Chiang's forces open fire on them from armored cars, killing 14 students and wounding over 100. All the failings of the nationalists that we've covered so far today and in the early episodes are causing a serious strain on Chiang's legitimacy. Meanwhile, Mao is getting ready to strike once more. Attention now turns to Central and Eastern China. As I mentioned earlier,
just important, whenever you're watching kind of like a history channel, you should just remind yourself what has changed and what is the same. You know, and it's like, disappearing student activists, prison camps, torture, attacking student groups, accusing them of being foreign agents or communist agents, torture. Not much has changed. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it there. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really love all you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO, our favorite hummus evaluating stream. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. The vibes are shifting, chat. The Trump crash is coming, and we are entering a period where you will have the opportunity to achieve change. I really do believe it. We've come to the point where neoliberalism